please be sure the speakers and microphone are turned off. The laptops provided here today are for viewing the meeting materials from the board's webpage. This meeting is open to the public to attend in person. In addition, this meeting is being broadcast to the internet. A recording of the meeting will be accessible from the board's webpage until the next meeting. If there's anyone present in person who wishes to give public comment during this morning's public comment section, please be sure to sign the sign-in sheet at the recorder's desk. Are there any other announcements? Well, we always have generally in these meetings start off, and Christine, you may not have heard this, but we always take one of our members to talk a little bit about what's important about Easton to ourselves, to sort of build up why we're here. We're not to push all these numbers and things like that. We're here for a real reason. We're really associated with Eastern and how important it is. And so we'll all take in turn, and I've asked Bill to take the turn this morning to speak a little bit about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is the third time I've been asked to give this sort of presentation in this committee meeting. If I look back, the first time, I believe that I talked about how Eastern Oregon University affects me personally as I come to campus and the things I gained from that experience. As I see the excellence represented by people in this room and in this building and across this campus, I'm personally challenged. And that gives me benefit for my career, for my relationships with people that I spend time with, for my hope for the future. The second time I gave this talk, I talked about how Eastern Oregon University is a core element of what Eastern Oregon needs. Eastern Oregon needs a different approach to education. And certainly the part of Eastern Oregon I know best, Malheur County, desperately needs more interaction with a four-year institution. And so I spoke about how this place can help those places. This is more than a LeGrand institution or a Union County thing, but it really is a hope for all of what I think of as being Eastern Oregon. So today, number 3. Last Tuesday, I was having root beer floats at the NISA A&W. I strongly recommend it. It's a great A&W down there. My wife and I sitting with Infinity Hamilton. Infinity is a senior at NISA High School this year. Infinity participates in just about everything you can participate in the high school that's not a sport. So she's in FFA, she's in BPA, she's in some service organization. Infinity even started producing a NISA high school newspaper. I think she calls it the toilet paper. She and a friend, the friend draws a comic strip, and then Infinity provides all the content. It's a pretty simple broadsheet, but it's what you get at NISA High School if you're trying to do a journalistic kind of thing on campus there. Infinity wants to go to college. Infinity's mother, father didn't go to college, nor anybody in Infinity's history has ever gone to college. And so Infinity hardly has any idea of what it means to go to college. When I ask Infinity, what do you want to be when you grow up? Frankly, Infinity has no idea. And the core issue is Infinity's never seen what the world can do because she's always lived in NISA in a pretty restricted experience. And she doesn't want to be a teacher, and she doesn't want to be a firefighter, and she's not sure what's left, right? And so she thought maybe she should get out of town. And so she is starting to apply to the University of Portland. That's not a very realistic option for this young woman. It's not the right location. It's not the right kind of school, right? And financially, I don't know how she can even approach the campus, right? So inevitably, we spent some time talking about Eastern Oregon University, a natural choice for a woman like this, right? This is exactly, in my mind, exactly the kind of student that we need to do a great job reaching out to. There are others we need to bring to campus as well that will help us, and we can help them as well. But this kind of student that comes from an experience where they can't define their future, right? They just don't have enough information yet. This campus and these people can create and can open and can help these people discover. I'm not sure where Infinity is going to go, but we got her involved with Holly Kerfoot. And any of you that know Holly Kerfoot knows that Infinity is probably heading to LeGrand, to be my guess. So we'll see what the future holds. But that's why, or another reason why I really value what we do here. Not just what it is for me, what it is for the region, what it can do for those people that need a hope, that need a vision, that are really constrained where they are today. This can be the doorway. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. I think we all have that feeling. Morning, George. I think that really gives us a good spirit for us to get started and get down in the weeds here a little bit. The first thing we have on the agenda the first action item is to approve the May meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve those or any corrections or additions to the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
How about a second? Second, thanks. Okay, it's been approved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Same sign opposed. Okay, thank you. That passed unanimously. Okay, our next action item is the internal auditor risk assessment plan for 2022 and 2023. Guest presenter Claire Palmera from Canute Stokes is here to walk us through the activities leading up to the risk management plan and present the recommended audit projections for 2022 to 23. At the end, we'll then need a motion to approve the 2022-23 audit plan. Leanne, will you please provide a brief introduction and then turn it over to Claire?
Good morning. Good morning, trustees. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to campus today. We appreciate that. It is my pleasure to introduce Claire Pallmeyer, Senior Associate with Canute Stokes. With the Finance Committee's approval last May, we engaged Canute Stokes to provide us with internal audit services. This is a service that we have not formally engaged in since the break apart from OUS in 2015. So we are very appreciative to have them on board this year. The internal audit update will become a standing agenda item at each of your committee meetings this year. Claire grew up in Oregon and received her degree in economics from Pacific Lutheran University. She joined Canute Stokes after graduating. Her role on internal audit engagements will be to plan engagements and communicate. She'll be the conduit between Canute Stokes and the board. She'll also develop recommendations and solutions for issues that they find around the campus. Fun facts about Claire. She's on the board of the Eugene Springfield Tax Association. Fun, right? She's also on the Finance and Investment Committee for KLCC, a public radio station. So please join me in welcoming Claire to our campus.
Thank you so much. Very pleased to be here. As Leanne mentioned, I'm Claire Pallmeyer from Canute Stokes, and thank you so much for this opportunity to present the results of the EOU risk assessment and internal audit plan for this upcoming year. So in May, we did visit campus. We completed interviews and received Sorry about that. So in May, we visited campus to complete interviews, and we received dozens of survey questionnaire results, distilled those results into the 2022-2023 risk assessment and internal audit plan. We have also currently been monitoring the fraud, waste, and abuse ethics line and have a short update on that later in the presentation. So starting off with the risk assessment, this is something that involved input from a wide variety of stakeholders. This included the administration, management, external auditors, as well as the board. And using all this information that we obtained, including the explicit preferences of the administration and management, we've determined 3 internal audits for this year, specifically the Clery Act, Title IX, and NAIA compliance. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the heat map. This sort of goes into our philosophy of how we go about our risk assessment. It could be a little overwhelming. Don't worry, I'm going to go through some of these. So this is a map of our top 30 institutional risks, graphed by impact and likelihood on the 2 axes. There are many more risks, and those are noted in the risk assessment and internal audit plan report that we issued. But those would generally fall in the green area in the bottom left as their lower likelihood and lower impact. There are quite a variety of risks already on this heat map, though, of the 30, ranging from minor to extreme impact and unlikely to certain likelihood. So for example, in the top right, we have risk 2. This is an example of a IT breach via email compromise, something that's actually very likely, as phishing attempts are prolific. Cybersecurity is a very high issue right now, but also has high impact. Ransomware can be very costly and disruptive, as either you lose great amounts of data or you lose money trying to get it back. However, a little bit less doom and gloom, maybe we have items that are higher impact and lower likelihood and vice versa. So if you look down in the bottom right corner, we have risks 23 and 27. Those generally have to do with safety and security. So think about outdated crisis prevention procedures. We have active shooter issues. We have natural disasters having to do with, earthquakes, and wildfires are definitely an issue in our part of the world. So that's something that can have extreme impact. I mean, it can be catastrophic, but it's also generally pretty unlikely. It just doesn't happen as often. Sort of on the other side of the scale, number 17, I would say top left, but it's sort of more in the middle because if impact still tends to be fairly moderate. But this is an emblematic of potential employee underutilization. So think about uneven employee workload. So maybe in a single department, you have an employee who is overburdened, potentially slightly burned out, but you have another employee who's underutilized. So this is something that, again, happens quite often, but has a low to moderate impact simply because on a day-to-day basis, that person isn't necessarily going to be. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So then it's something that wouldn't necessarily have a large immediate impact in terms of employee underutilization. It's something that can culminate over time it can result in turnover, but immediately it's just not super high impact, but it is common, it does happen. So you can kind of see across the board where each of those are. In terms of the dot size, that sort of represents immediacy, or how quickly is the onset. So for example, 23 that I mentioned earlier, that was like natural disasters, for example. So that's something that can be minutes, can be absolutely there in no time at all. 30, for example, I believe is financial aid compliance issues, which can take years to take effect. So not that they're not a big issue, but just something that can take longer to set in. Yeah, can you see the mouse? So 30's right there. 27 and 23 that I mentioned earlier are down here. And then we have number 2 up here. And this is also something that's included in the risk assessment and internal audit plan report. So feel free to pore over that till your heart's content. You'll also notice a lot of other risks identified in there that aren't mapped on the heat map. So using that heat map was a large part of our risk assessment and sort of a good graphical representation of the sorts of work that we did, and then translated into our audit plan for this year. So started with the risk assessment and audit plan as part of our services. And then we also monitor the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. We do report to the board and management regularly. And then we do have the 3 audits for this year: Clary, Title IX, and NAIA compliance. Clary is actually already underway this fall. And the next 2 are winter and spring, respectively, but those are flexible dependent upon the needs of the department. Just know that these are the 3 that we do plan on completing by next summer. A brief update on the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. We have begun monitoring very recently, and there have been no new cases to report. This is an area that will have much more robust reporting as we have a longer duration to monitor the hotline. So finally, something that we like to do, it's actually mandatory, is the internal audit charter. It is our guiding philosophy as an internal audit function, but is also, per the Institute of Internal Auditors, a required part of every internal audit function to have. So as part of our services to Eastern, we drafted an internal audit charter, and this outlines our professional and ethical responsibilities to the university. The first three tenets are independence, professionalism, and authority. We are required to be an independent body, that we are here in an advisory capacity and a consulting capacity, but when it comes to decisions on implementation, that is left up to administration, management, and board. We do adhere to all applicable professional standards, specifically with our CPAs through the AICPA, as well as with my CIA through the Institute of Internal Auditors, which we do take very seriously. And we also like to make sure that we have authority within the organization, that we report administratively to management, but then functionally to the board. And that distinction is actually fairly important. Administratively to management implies that we make all the emails with the departments, we make all that through management. That's not something that the board wants to handle, all the nitty gritty, hey, when can we have an interview kind of stuff. But then functionally, we make sure that the board has all the information that it needs to make informed decisions, that there's no holding back of any of our findings, no matter how much management wants. We report to the board exactly what you need to know. We also have a responsibility to evaluate the effectiveness of this organization's governance, risk assessment, and internal controls. At least annually, we do submit an internal audit plan, and we will issue internal audit reports at the conclusion of each audit engagement, so 3 more this year. And results will be communicated to the board as much as is seen necessary by ourselves and as requested by the board. So I did touch briefly on a lot of items there. Do I have any questions?
Sorry? Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just want to give a few comments. Thank you so much for being here, Claire. And give a little background and a little look into our brain about how we sort of arrived at wanting to highlight some of these federal programs for audit this year. First of all, I'm really looking forward to working with this team. We are a small university and our people wear multiple hats in many departments. And so having a partner that can bring an outside set of eyes, that can see what's happening at other institutions that might be working better. I look at all these areas that they could look at, and I'm like a kid at Christmas. I think we're going to be a much better university based on the work that we're about to launch. For me, when I looked at all of the areas that we could audit, there are many. First and foremost, our financial audit, as many of you know, just about 6 months of every year, 6 months out of every year, we are being audited and our financial statements are being audited. And so initially, I didn't want to focus on the financial audit because we already engage in such a meaningful audit every year. But really, where are the places that we as an institution could be at risk, specifically with programs that have constantly changing regulations and expectations. And again, folks on this campus who are managing those programs as one part of their job. And so I leaned pretty heavily toward these federal Clery, Title IX, and then the NAIA compliance. Because I do think there are areas we have not had an outside review of for a very long time. We have staff that are really excited about this actually and want the help and the expertise and the input from our internal auditors, so that's wonderful. And also in this year of leadership transition, I think it's really important that we know where we stand with these federal programs prior to a new president taking the helm. I would like to be able to be very open and honest about where our weaknesses and or strengths might lie. Title IX and Clery are significant federal programs with regulations that are massive and change often. And the risk of us being out of compliance with those can be great. And so I just wanted to give you a little background on why I leaned in that direction this year. There are so many places that I'm looking forward to engaging, and multiple places we can look at. One area that comes to mind for so many, and it does me as well, is information technology, IT. Risks are high. And we actually, 3 or 4 years ago, probably longer as time flies, engaged an outside consultant to provide an information technology risk assessment. And we've been working through a number of years implementing those recommendations. So while we can always improve on the IT side, we have had a review more recently. And so I understand it's a red flag for everyone. But I do feel like now is the time to look at these federal programs, and perhaps as we continue each year, we will have, 3 to 4 engagements. We can then talk about what is the next set. Is it potentially multiple IT topics next year? We can have those conversations, but just a little background on my thinking as we entered into this first year, and what I thought would be maybe it's all great to look at, but what surfaced as priorities for me.
Thanks, Laura. Other questions or comments? Bill?
Thank you for your efforts, Claire. This is quite a broad list. And thank you, President Moore, for clarifying that we do have some set of priorities here, because to me, it's obvious we have to prioritize something. As I was looking through the list of, I'm sorry, this is the potential audit table. So this has 3 pages of potential audits that we could do, 4 pages, 5 pages, 6, anyway, a lot of pages of potential audits, right? And I think I'm a little bit confused about where we draw the line between auditing the risks we have and making sure that people are performing at the level the audit requires versus managing the staff or the managers in the work that they're doing. So I read about things that talk about performance measures, or that talk about, what's another good example? Reporting results, how, I don't think it's clear to me where we say that's not an audit issue, but instead that's a staff and management issue. With this really long list, it seems like we've maybe stepped across that line a little bit. I don't understand that as a trustee, I guess.
So how I would envision this, and Claire can correct me if I'm wrong, is that yes, we may actually verge into those areas where their audit reveals maybe staffing issues and or not sufficient staffing levels and or so I think it can verge into that, and then that's when Claire and her team would work closely with us to talk about what they're seeing. In terms of how we address that, that is our decision. But I think we will definitely at times verge into staffing issues and or potentially best practices that they have seen at other institutions where I see what you're doing here and this is why we don't think it's working. So I think we will occasionally be having those types of conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And I'm very grateful that you've brought that up. I think that highlights one of my favorite parts of internal audit is just how flexible it is and how much the scope can be molded to what the organization needs. I mean, yeah, we can come in and do compliance audits. We're going to do a lot of compliance audits this year. But we also, we can be a support for an area that just feels like they know what's wrong, but they need that third party to back it up. Or they think they need an extra person, and we can come in and look at their workload and say, we think you're actually doing fine. Here's how you can redistribute your workload. Again, that's just our recommendation. You can implement that however you'd like. Or we actually believe you're actually very understaffed. We would highly recommend that another individual be put here. We're another set of eyes to give that extra review for whatever area you feel needs attention. We especially appreciate having support from audit areas that we're looking at, this year, Clary, Title IX, NAIA and as they express areas where they feel they could use extra support, that's definitely somewhere where we listen and make sure that that's disclosed in an appropriate manner.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is, as someone that deals with audits a lot, I really appreciate this. One of the things that we have found, at first I found it, I guess annoying, but they would audit programs that we just started. And we just start and you'd say, what are you doing, right? We just started the program. We're still kind of getting it together, but what we found, it actually was kind of instructive as we were trying to move forward, put the program together. So that's just one thing that I've experienced in terms of audits that have been with my organization, that if there's an opportunity on programs that are just getting started, maybe starting that so you get it in a better direction early on. So I just wanted to add that comment. That's something that I've experienced lately.
Great, thank you so much, Chris. Bill?
One other question about the document itself. This is the risk assessment and internal audit plan. It has an appendix A. That appendix A is a ranking of all audit units. And it lists off 35 different things and it ranks them 1 to 35. I didn't understand what the ranking means here. Does this rank mean, it certainly doesn't mean the most risky thing. That's what your heat map does for us, I think. Does this prioritize what we're going to do, or does rank mean something else?
That's a great question. The ranking is actually based upon our preliminary impression of the riskiest audit units to the least risky. Based on all of our interviews and questionnaires, we identified 35 different, we call them audit units. And then what you see in the 5 pages preceding that list, that's more than 5 pages, that list all of the potential audits, you'll see that they're all based in audit units from this appendix A, but then get a lot more granular, that we're doing an NAIA compliance audit, but athletics itself is an entire audit unit. There could be dozens of audits within that audit unit. So I will say, take this ranking with a grain of salt. You certainly know the university better than we do, and this was a preliminary assessment based on our interviews, our questionnaires, and other, fact finding that we did during our risk assessment process, that we just determined high level, here's where we think the riskiest audit units are. And then based on those top, in a ballpark 10 or 12 audit units, that's where the majority of these suggested audits come from, as well as some additional that are very common for universities. So we wanted to sprinkle those in to make sure you had a well-rounded idea of the possible audits.
So then this committee is going to approve this plan, we hope. Does this committee approve this ranking? Does it need to? Maybe it does. I appreciate President Moore's comments about the priorities she's chosen and why she did that. To me, that's an interaction between the need and the capacity, right? As I look at this ranking, it's unclear to me how we truly develop these priorities versus other ones. And to simply say that we're going to do the first 10 may be reasonable, but as a trustee, there could be a lot of other things that might need prioritization as well.
Yeah, we definitely try not to just say, okay, here are, we could rank 100 audits and we could say, okay, here's from 1 to 100 where we believe, and then we could just go down the list. But that's really not, that doesn't mitigate risk as well as it can be, and that doesn't do the university justice. So as an internal audit provider, we try to make sure that we get a good sampling. So we find the riskiest, we pick from some of the higher ones, we pick from some of the lower ones. Obviously in this first year, it's a little bit of a, what can we get our hands on? What can we get started with? But going into future years and having a history of audits to look at, we can sort of pick and choose, okay, we're gonna do a larger one, and then maybe we do 2 smaller ones. Maybe we look at cash handling within a certain department, or maybe we look at a smaller compliance area that maybe we think is running well and we just wanna double check, yep, this looks like this is running the way we thought it was. And we just hadn't looked at it for a few years. So there really is a lot of discretion in making sure that we're picking from different areas. This is not a chronological list by any means, but is something that just sort of serves to give a high level view of generically where we think things are riskiest. I feel like the biggest question to ask yourselves is, do you feel like, based on the recent history of audits that we've done and audits that we would like to do for this current year, which, and this year is just audits for this current year, do you feel like we are getting a reasonable look at the university? Are we addressing the areas we want to address right now, but also in the long term, making sure that we have that good mix?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's very helpful for us. And I think that the fact that you've suggested this list, I think management will help us more in setting priorities, and the board can oversee that. I'm not sure that the board at our level are going to get into those details, but I think it's very helpful to do that. And I think the fact that we'll work with management and the management can help decide some of the different areas. I think that's important.
It is interesting to note that before I saw the ranking of all the units, and the three programs I was leaning toward: Cleary, safety and security, Title IX is a close interaction with student affairs and human resources, and then athletics, BNAIA. So it's interesting how those three surface at the top of the list, and I was kind of leaning toward those programs. They are key components of those top three departments.
Great, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have my name card up. I'm Chris Burford, and I'm the University General Counsel and Board Secretary. And thinking about Bill's question, believe looking at the staff cover sheet, really what the committee is being asked to do is to approve the ranking of those first three projects, Clery Act, Title III, and NIA, and approval of the charter. So I don't think the charter includes that whole strategic plan part. Yeah.
The charter is really very, see it as a little bit more philosophical, and then as an internal audit function, we try to make that, best practices.
Great. Any other questions or discussion? Good. So I think yes, go ahead, George.
I think my question's around the rank order around this, and from my perspective, what you're seeing or what I'm seeing is we've got some issues with, so it says Office of President potential with how we track expenses or review of appointments of conflict of interest. There's a lot of little indicators that you probably received from your survey or your data or whatever information you collected that led you to say these are types of things that you think need to be improved, even from the residents' housing and something, the crisis management, something in there led you to feel like not enough practice of drills or not enough practice of how to respond to incidents. Is that correct?
I would say partially. This is also something that realize these are risks.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily somewhere we've identified to be deficient already. These are also common risks that are present in our work with universities.
Okay, and so my next question on that would just be if there are risks or there are things, the next steps, you guys explain to us, this is what we're doing, this is how we're responding to some of these risks.
Great questions, George. And I would highlight what Claire just said. These are common risks. For instance, as finance and administration is inherently a risky division because the majority of revenue and expenses come through that division. So that's an example of it. It's inherently risky, and it is on every campus. Executive transitions are inherently risky, and they are always. So there is just some inherent risks, and that's partly what has been defined here. In terms of process, there has not been an audit yet, but as they start to audit these three areas, they will report directly to this committee, their findings, their recommendations, conversations with management, and how we responded to their suggestions and recommendations. So they'll report directly to the finance committee on those.
Great. Cedric?
Just one quick question. So I know that a lot of how we determined some of our target areas, it looks like we're based on questionnaire results and discussions. It says with executive management, a lot of management in the university. I was just wondering how in this, I don't necessarily know how it always works at other universities, but how in this are we knowing what students might be facing in the university? Because I think it's really easy to see, problems from an executive management view. But having recently graduated here and I think students would have a lot to offer as well on potential problem areas within the university. So I'm just curious if I guess not necessarily that I don't want to go and say, hey, let's do something that no one else does or something, but would students be involved in maybe some of this decision-making process?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say for the sake of the risk assessment, you're correct. There were not any students specifically identified for interviews or questionnaires, but student involvement, like we would any other company, client involvement, is something that we do heavily recommend. We do work directly with individual departments, but at the point where their position is very student facing, which of course many aspects of this organization are, we do heavily recommend if you're not already getting feedback from students, there needs to be an avenue for that to be done. So we don't necessarily regularly reach out to students, but we do make that regular part of what we look for within departments as well, and look at how they interact with students and how much student input is considered. So sort of indirectly, if that makes sense.
Great, good question. Sir. Good. Christine?
So if, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, if risks, so this first audit is going to be Larry, correct? So we're going to receive a report in a few months. If there are recommendations that follow for an adjustment of our practices, will there be, how will we get a report on the potential cost of those adjustments, if there is one? Will that be from you or from management? Or do we decide that ourselves? I'm not sure.
I think we'll work together with the auditors to determine, here's their recommendation for correction, if you will, and then we'll have to put cost to what that correction might be, and have that conversation with the committee.
If we hear that cost is a particularly sensitive area or prohibitive within recommendations for an audit, recommendations are always approved by both ourself and management before they're submitted to the board. So what you're receiving with recommendations is something that management has basically signed off on and said, we can do this, and we do plan on implementing this. And this is something that is doable. So all of that would be worked out before you even saw the report.
Great, good discussion. So can we then get a motion to approve the audit 2022, 2023 to take to the board?
Chair Stevens, so moved. Do you need a
Great.
formal, or is it good the way you
No,
just?
that's good. Yep.
So moved.
And second, Krista. Good. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Right.
Opposed, same sign. Good. Passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Our next item for approval is the fiscal year 22 fourth quarter management report. Leanne will lead us through this report. And once again, we'll need a recommendation for this to go to the board. Thank you.
I'll have to switch screens here just a second. Sorry about that. Little technology challenge this morning. Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Leanne Case. I'm the AVP for Finance and Administration. I've worked at Eastern off and on since 1990, most recently coming back in 2015 into my current position. Fun fact about me, I started school here at Ackerman as a kindergartner and learned to swim in the Quinn pool. So that's my claim to fame when we talk about what I've been doing for the last 50-ish years. So, I am going to chat with you several times today. We're going to look at the past, looking at FY22. We're going to look at the budget for FY23, and we're also going to look at the current status as of Q1 of 22. So I apologize up front. There is a lot of redundancy in today's presentations because a lot of the material is the same. It's just a different point in time. So bear with me on that. For those of you that are new, if you have questions while I'm presenting, please feel free to interrupt me. I'm happy to meet with you afterwards as well. For new committee members, if you need additional orientation, please feel free to reach out and let me know. I'm happy to walk through all of this. In your materials for Q4 22 on page 12, there are definitions of some of the terminology that I'll use during the day. So feel free to reference that if there's something that I've said that you don't know what it is. Higher ed has a tendency to have different terminology as well as fund accounting. So it's a little bit challenging at times. So for Q4 FY22, it ended in June. I'm going to walk through 4 of our major fund types. E&G, our state funds, tuition dollars flow through E&G, our auxiliary enterprises, which are self-support operations, designated operations, which is also self-support, but has a little bit different nuance as far as our accounting requirements, and then our service departments that provide internal services to the campus. So those will be the 4 funds that you see every quarter that I will review. We also do it in your materials a little bit on our grant funds. In our Q1 presentation, I'll talk a little bit more about our major grants that we have this year, as well as the status of our CARES funds. So I don't know if you can see this, at the close of Q4 FY22, all 4 of those funds had received $54.6 million in revenue, or 99% of the budget. For recorded expenses and transfers of $55.2 million, or 95.7% of the budget. Revenue was flat, less than a 0.2 increase over the prior year, and expenditures finished up 9.17. Again, this is all funds. This particular slide is for all funds. Labor expenses were up 1.7 million. In FY21, going back another year, the campus participated in the Oregon Work Share program, where employees will reduce their FTE and their wages up to 0.6%, 0.4%, or 60% of their wages. So that saved the institution some funding, but it does show a large variance going into the next year because we had those costs going into FY22. Average monthly spend, 5.4 million. At the end of the year, there was a reduction of 551,000. We had projected 2.4 million. So there were some less expensive than we had planned for, which was good and helped us out there. The majority of that you will see in E&G or the auxiliary funds. And at the end of the year, there were no concerns with any of the operating funds. All funds ended as we expected or within reason of the budget. This is moving on to specifically just E&G. It's our state funds. 98% of the budgeted revenue was received, and we spent 97% of the budget. That's pretty good, pretty close. We like to be at 100%, but we like to have the expenses less than the revenue as well. Revenue was down last year over the prior year. Student tuition and fees revenue being down. We did not increase tuition in FY22. So that was the part of that, what you're seeing from the prior year, plus a decrease in enrollment. So $892,000 down from the prior year. A lot of that was also in graduate tuition in 21. Because of COVID and the pandemic, MAT requirements were lessened. So we had a larger class of MAT students, again, going back a year than we did last year. So that contributed to some of that loss as well. We did have an increase in our state allocations. State allocation increase was through the model. But it was also, we received funds for the benefits navigator position last year. So we have a new position on campus and that flows through our state funds as well. State funds, when I talk about state funds, there are several buckets of state funds. We talk a lot about the SSCM or the model. The majority of our money flows through there. But there's also state funding for an energy loan that's a pass-through that flows through our state fund category. There is the benefits navigator position that flows through there as well. You'll also see in FY23 funding for the visual arts scholarship. So typically when I talk about state funds, I'm just talking about the entire bucket. The total expenditures were up 9% over the prior year, which includes a 5% increase in labor. Again, that had to do with the work share program, and service and supplies were up just due to the activities that were on campus. There was a little bit more travel last year, certainly over the prior year, a little more activity that just causes more expenses to happen as we returned to a more normal environment. Moving on to auxiliary enterprises. Auxiliary enterprises is housing, dining, parking, all of those areas of campus that support the campus, but we require them to be self-support. Student fees also falls in there. Intercollegiate activities, or a portion of intercollegiate activities falls in there. Our general rentals, our integrated services building are all part of auxiliary services enterprises. Revenue was up 7%. Increase was driven by activity on campus, athletic camps from the summer of 21, drove a lot of those increases. Other conferences, parking services, again, those areas were hit really hard during the pandemic because there wasn't any activity on campus to provide any revenue streams for them. Direct expenses were also up. Anytime we have athletic camps, there's direct expenses that go along with those, serving meals to those students, so we see those increases. Other camps and conferences also contributed, as well as travel expenses, again, going up, and construction projects that happened around campus for those that were associated specifically with the auxiliaries. At the close of FY22, the auxiliaries had received 100% of their budgeted revenue and utilized 88% of their expenditure budget. So there was a planned transfer during the year. In January, Finance Committee supported a budget revision to support costs for completing the field house. So we transferred money from the auxiliaries to the capital project to finish up that project. So looking individually within the fund type for auxiliaries, these are the funds that reside within there. Again, housing, end of the year, this is before depreciation and before any bond payments were made. So net operating at the end of the year for housing, $183,000. The deficits that you see, general property rentals, $500,000, that was planned. We transferred $500,000 out of general property to support the field house. Same thing with integrated services building. The increase, the $850 that you see for intercollegiate activities, is related to the funding we received from lottery funds. We are purposely holding on to some of those to bridge gaps for athletics over the next few years. Two of the areas that we use those for was startup costs for lacrosse and baseball. So both of those were in there, but it does show, it contributes to their cash balance at the end of the year. It's purposeful, and we have a plan to spend those out over the next few years. Designated operations. Designated operations is things like field trips. It's service departments that generate their own revenue and have their own expenses, but they still contribute to the academic mission. So it's a variety of things. It's called designated operations because for accounting purposes. That's what it is. Athletic donations run through here. So you'll hear me talk in several different funds about athletics. Again, it's accounting purposes. We have to separate those funds out. So their athletic donations run through here, camps run through here. They then take those funds and transfer those into their operations, which is in the auxiliaries to support them. But they finished the year with sales and services were up $261,000 from camp revenue. It just tells you how much camp revenue and our summer camps contribute to the campus. So they're an important part of what housing and dining does, as well as what athletics does. So it's a big, not necessarily a fundraiser, but it does help support their operations. So there's those expenditures were up 84%. Again, it's just the correlation between having camps. There's expenses that go along with them. They did over realize their budgeted revenue at the end of the year by 161,000. It's mostly in athletic donations. They just didn't know at the beginning of the year how much they would be able to earn in donations, just coming off of the pandemic and being able to get out into the community and do their fundraising activities. So there was a net transfer at the end of the year of 117,000. They ended the year with $1.2 million in cash, with the largest cash balances in athletic donations, as well as the sundry donations. This is all of the funds within there, all the activities that happen within the designated operations. It's a variety of things, but again, it ties back in some form or fashion to the academic mission. There's where you see deficits. It was an intentional use of cash, field trips being one of those. There's some cash available for them to use so they don't have to charge students more for those field trips. The GoSTEM program is a timing issue at the end of the year, so there's just some small nuances there. Service departments, audiovisual is one of our major service departments. They support the campus. They have to generate their own revenue. At times, there's areas where we will subsidize because we believe it's an important part or important service to the campus, one of those being telecom. This is another area that was hit very hard during the pandemic. They still had expenses that had to be paid, but there wasn't any way for them to generate revenue. So they used a lot of cash in 21, but are rebounding in 22 and going forward. So overall expenses were up 31,000. They received 98% of their budgeted revenue and spent 91%. So again, you can see all the funds were pretty close to the budget that they set during the year, which coming off of the pandemic was a little bit of a challenge. Audiovisual, surplus property, carpool services, the plotter printing, telecom and library services make up the funds in the service department. Very small, couple 100,000, as you can see from the materials in your packet. It's not a large fund. A lot of information. Questions?
Dan, real quick on the telecommunication in the 54,000. That's, yeah. Can you just? Oh. What was the upgrade? What was the upgrade to telecommunication services? The $45,000 more. You must have done a big upgrade, I'm suspecting.
Telecommunication services, the transfer, that is a E&G support, correct?
Yeah, it's a transfer in. Yeah. So we purposely support the telecom services because otherwise what happens is they would have to raise their rates. Departments would pay more. We would have to raise budgets for those departments to pay more. So it's one transfer versus moving a whole bunch of money around. So yeah, we try to keep it in the 45,000 area. When you see the FY23 budget, the number's gone up a little bit, but we're working to reduce that. So.
And when we say telecommunication services, it's really tech support.
It's really, in this line, it's really phones, primarily phones.
Support people supporting phone lines. Like
It's paying for the phones across campus, primarily. So E&G supports it because it's kind of a necessary service. However, phones are kind of going away. We really are reevaluating across campus. There's a lot of people who haven't touched their office phone in a really long time. So I think you'll see that the need for phones is starting to diminish, which is strange. But.
I'd like to commend management and staff for their great performance in the fourth quarter. We were projecting to have a $2.4 million deficit. That only became $500,000. $2 million, the positives, a very good performance in this environment. I wanted to learn more about one item. We have an E&G summary. Do you think you can pull that table up again? It's pretty early in your presentation. Oh, maybe,
It's in your packet.
yeah, it's in
your
the
mat-
packet. It's not
yeah,
there. Okay, very well.
sorry.
Let me just raise the issue. If I look at things that stood out relative to previous years, the one thing that really stands out to me are the service and the supplies expenses for E&G. We saw about a 25% increase year to year. And your note and your slide up here said that was because of the return to campus. We had lowered expenses in the previous year because of the campus closure. If I go back and look at those, so again, that current period, 12.2 million, previous period, 9.8. So that's a 25% increase. But if I look earlier than that, that 9.8 was actually an $8 million expense. And the year before that was 8.7. So again, 8.7, 8, 9, now we're up to 12 and change. And I'm wondering what else is going on here beyond, I mean, we were on campus 4 years ago and we didn't spend $12 million on this line item. Here, let me give you a hint. The budget was to spend 12.5 and we only spent 12.2.
The biggest swing is the Wiley contract.
The Wiley contract from an accounting standpoint is an expense. And so as they continue to drive enrollment, our expense to them climbs. And that's the largest increase that we see in that service and supplies line over time.
Great. Other questions? I know, Leanne, in your notes, you did suggest a question about are we going to have any more COVID funds left over? And I think that's a good question. Where are we with COVID and funding for that?
We are down to just a handful of dollars. We pretty much expended all of our COVID funds and we haven't received any signals that there will be more. So.
Great. Other questions? Aha.
I'm
Cheryl.
not technically on this committee, but I just was curious about a couple things. So the state revenue that we got last fiscal years, do we anticipate it being about the same? Well, it's stacking. The state revenue dollars that we got, it was up a little bit. Do we expect that to be the same? Thank you.
Great. Other questions? No, right. I think we need to congratulate you, management, on how well we did in managing our money this, and very fortunate. And this is a little bit more ancient history, so we're going to move on here a little bit to present situations, but it certainly is very reassuring at how well things were managed. And so we expect it to continue. Great. We have a motion to approve this and recommend it to the board.
So move.
George moves.
Second.
Bill seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Passed unanimously. Thank you. Well, we're getting ourselves up to, well, we're going to take a break, and we're just a little ahead of schedule, which is great. And so why don't we take since we've got plenty of time, why don't we take a 15-minute break here at 10:15 and we'll get a chance to go there. Thank you. Had a good break. It's time to now move on to the fiscal year 23 operating budget. And I think this is really the meat of our meeting here, so really look carefully at this and on from there. Leanne will lead us through the E&G and non-E&G operating budget. We'll need a motion to recommend the fiscal year 23 operating budget to the board for approval. So Leanne, please.
Chair
proceed.
Stevens,
Yeah.
could I just
Yeah,
one quick?
please.
So I'd like to introduce the rest of the committee to our new student representative,
Oh.
Deidre. And she is interested enough that she's sitting in on all of our committees today. She's technically not on this committee, but I appreciate so much her involvement and interest. So please welcome Deidre.
Yeah, welcome, Peter. Thank you. Great. Okay, Leanne.
All right, well, I'm back again. We're going to talk about the full year for FY 23. By the time we bring the final budget back to you, we're a quarter into the year. So just the way our budget process has been set up the last few years, we've presented a preliminary budget to you in May and then brought a final budget back to you in November. There's lots of uncertainties in the spring around enrollment and expenditures. And in this past year, we were still negotiating with the faculty on their contract. So that was one of the main reasons. This works out a little bit better for us on the administrative side to present you something that's a little more concrete in November rather than giving you a final budget in May and then having to bring you a revised budget in the fall. So hopefully it's working well for you as a committee. Again, feel free to stop me if there's anything you don't understand or you have questions while we go through this. This is just the annual campus operating budget timeline. We are at the end of this, but it's important that you know that it's very circular. We're always planning. We're either looking back, we're looking now, we're looking way into the future. So while this looks linear, it's not. There's a planning cycle that's happening all the time. When we're planning budgets, we work with the departments, we work with the campus, the deans, the vice presidents, the students. The budget and planning committee plays a strong role in it. What we always ask is that budgets, whether at the department level or at the institutional level, reflect the institutional plans and priorities. That there's always a connecting link between the strategic plan and the department or the university budget. And we know that effective budgeting enhances the financial accountability and oversight, communication, and transparency. So those are our guiding principles that we always use during the budget process. When we brought the preliminary budget to you in the spring, we were using the following assumptions. The FY 22 year would end with a fund balance of 12.3 million. The state funding would increase this year 1.1 over FY 22. 1.1 million over FY 22. Enrollment increases would be at 6.4%. Tuition rates were applied as were approved at the board meeting. We would invest 3.1 million of tuition revenue into fee remissions. Fee remissions are a negative revenue. So we use our gross tuition and then offset those. They show up as scholarships, but on the accounting side, they're negative revenue. Compensation increases were built in only for classified in the preliminary because again, we didn't know what the faculty contract would bring and we had not set any increases for the administrative professionals at that time. We had included targeted investments for academic expansion and the new academic programs that were coming on. We had included mandatory and compliance increases, escalation, inflationary areas of the campus. And we were looking at expenditure reductions or savings of $1.5 million. This typically comes in the form of vacancy savings. And we typically budget in about $1.2 to $1.5 million every year in vacancy savings. Moving into FY 23, the budget that
Can
you're
I ask
seeing
a
now.
question?
Yes.
So when you say that, does that mean does that include underspending? Is that what that is, or is that on top of underspending?
It means that we have a lot of positions that are vacant during the year. So we fully budget in a position. So whether it's let me think of one, our AVP of DIEB, we fully budgeted that at the full salary and OPE. But the position's not being hired until November. So we have 4.5 months of vacancy savings. Yep. It's not a great way. I'm not thrilled about doing it because it's a temporary bridge. But we've seen that trend for so many years that I've just started to actually build it into the budget rather than trying to explain it along the way. So, you will see as I go through this, that number is much higher now because we have a lot of vacancies just based on the economy and the positions that we have. So thank you for that. So the budget that you have in your packets and that I will present today, the realities of that budget are we ended the year FY22, as you just saw, with $12.9 million in our fund balance, or 27.8% of revenue. A little bit better than we had planned for based on those vacancy savings that we had at the end of the year that weren't accounted for. We're also between the preliminary and the final received $1 million in state funding to support visual and performing arts scholarships. We're not going to spend that all in 1 year, but you will see this also as a transfer out. We're going to transfer those monies out to what we call a quasi endowment. So you're going to see that on the expenditure side. So that $1 million is really a net neutral impact on the FY22 budget, but you do see the increase in revenue when you look at year over year. Tuition revenue, again, is based on the credit hours, projected credit hours. Institutional research, enrollment management, gave a new projection out on the 23rd of November, or 23rd of September, right as classes were getting ready to start. We use those projections, and then I apply attrition rates 3.2% from fall to winter and 3.5% from winter to spring. As Brad and I were just talking, I hope that those numbers are high and that our retention efforts that are being put into place for this year based on some of our grant proposals and the way that we're doing things here on campus will bring those numbers down so that we actually have higher retention or lower attrition as we go into the year, which means more revenue for us during the year. So I'm always happy to come back in January and tell you that my projections were a little bit off. So again, tuition rates were applied as approved. Fee remissions, there was a change in the fee remissions. So you'll see that the fee remissions are not 3.1% or 3.1 million now, they're 2.8 million. We have another shift. We are going to, it's fairly complicated, but goes back to the stadium project. The stadium project was approved. There was a certain amount of funding that we were expecting to get from fundraising dollars. Those fundraising dollars have not come through yet. So we are going to use some of the ENG funds, $370,000 of ENG funds, to shore up the negative balance on that fund. We are getting that revenue stream from the lottery dollars from athletics. So we reduce the amount of fee remissions that athletics will receive. The students will still receive the scholarships, but they will receive them in the form of a scholarship from lottery. So I can show you the flow chart on that if you need it, but Laura's cringing. She's like, oh my gosh. So it's all net neutral. We're getting revenue in, we reduce our fee remissions, and there'll be a transfer out at the end of the day. If they are able to raise funds, they will shore up their lottery funds. They will, take care of their funds on their side of things and stuff, but we'll be able to close out the deficit on that project. So long story short on that one. We still have targeted investments for academic expansion. Compensation budgets are now include increases for all classifications of employees. So administrative professionals received increases. The faculty contract is final, and the classified are in here, as well as increases for students through the minimum wage increase. Again, we budget out the entire year. And then I take in the account for the savings that come into those positions when they're not full during the year. In this budget, it also includes grant savings. So you'll see and you'll hear later at ASA the large amount of grants that have flowing through the university just in this 1 year. It's about $5.4 million. Out of those grants, we're able to use not a large amount, but some to offset operations. So when employees are working on the grant, they're still getting paid, but we can save some of those funds on the ENG side because they're paid out of the grant. So we've calculated those in as well. And again, we've calculated in the vacancy savings. Mandatory compliance increases, programmatic needs were added to the budget. Again, the $370,000 transfer out for the stadium, $1 million transfer out for the visual and performing arts. Is included as an expenditure as well. This budget assumes we will be fully expended by June 30th. Fund balance at the end of the year, we'd use $2.2 million. So still a budgetary deficit at the end of the year. And the projected fund balance would be 10.7 million on June 30th of 23. Other things that were included in the FY23 budget, again, salary increases, fringe OPE, healthcare has gone up, retirement costs are a percentage of salaries. So anytime the salaries increase, the retirement costs go up, as do taxes. We added in faculty promotions, so our faculty receive, for those that are eligible and promote up the ranks, receive a pay increase. So we added those in as well. Sabbatical replacements, I only call this out because last year we had one sabbatical replacement, one faculty member go on sabbatical. This year we had 3, so we had 2/3 the cost increase, so I've added those in. We have new public relations faculty, new psychology faculty, new HHP faculty, safety and security. We'll be hiring part-time employees. This is offset with some existing budget, but you do see it as an increase in classified staff when you're looking at the budget. Specific to the compensation increases, classified staff received a 2.5% increase on July 1st, plus they receive a step when they're eligible on their merit date. Those steps average out about 4.75%. Faculty received a 3% increase as well as a 1% step, so 4% effectively on September 16th, 2022. Administrative professionals received a 3.1% increase effective July 1st of 22. All of those increases have been built in. Our budgeted labor expenses for unclassified, which is faculty and administrative professionals, is $19.2 million. Classified wages, 5.9 million. Healthcare costs for all of those classifications, 6.5 million. Retirement costs, 6.3 million. We're anticipating vacancy and grant savings of $3 million. So compensation this year is 71.7% of the total budget. This is a lower number than you're used to seeing, but it's because of calculating in those vacancy and grant savings. So, and while I appreciate having the savings, it's helpful to balance the budget. It's very difficult on our workforce. There's somebody still doing the work of those vacancies. So we want to be cognizant that we are not trying to live on our vacancy savings going forward. And it's hard on the institution, and it's just a temporary strategy to get us through some difficult times when we're increasing costs more rapidly than we're increasing revenue. More revisions. So we added MS counseling. MS counseling comes with some costs, and we have some folks on staff already, so that is good news. And they are moving along with MS counseling at a rapid rate. Escalation, the Wiley agreement is included. Government relations, when we move into a full session, government relations costs go up. So during full session, they're more than the short session, so I reduced them next year, so it goes up and down every year. We've talked a lot about the Enloe Hall capital match. It's required for the bond and the project. There's about $560,000 that's built into the budget. We had some successful grants last year, but we had some outside consultants write a couple of those. So we have some expenses associated with that we don't typically see. We shifted a couple of advisors to 12-month. They were previously 11 months. We purchased some Turnitin software for plagiarism. And again, the performing and visual arts scholarship is included as a transfer out. So you're seeing that in the expenditure side. What does all of that mean? What does that look like? This particular slide shows you the difference between the actuals of 22, which you just saw in the Q4 report, and the final budget that we're presenting today. So these are the changes that have been made. Seeing increases. Looks like the large increases in state allocation, but remember that's all the buckets. That includes the $1 million for the performing arts scholarship. Seeing a shift in tuition and a shift in fee remissions. So total shift in total revenue between last year and this year, 3.6 million. Also increases in expenditures and transfers over last year. Expenditures and transfers are greater than the total revenue. And then you're just seeing the net operating, like where we expect to use $2.2 million of our fund balance at the end of the year, leaving with 10.7 million in our fund balance. Still within the board policy for our fund balance percentage at the end of the year, so that's good news. But we never like spending more than we make. And the final slide just shows the difference between the preliminary budget and the final budget. Same numbers in the final category, but I wanted you to have the preliminary budget in front of you because that is what you approved in May. So we're now looking for approval on the final budget for FY23. Any questions about the E&G budget before I move on?
I have a couple questions I could ask now. First off, we're receiving $1 million for visual and performing arts. A question for the presidents. We're going to hold that as an endowment. We're not going to spend that money, but instead we're going to hold it as an endowment.
Scholarships.
Quasi endowment, and use a percentage of it each year for scholarships.
Over what kind of term?
I don't know what the terms are. Have we even set it up yet? I'm not the quasi.
We have not. It's coming in through the distribution from the state, so we're getting it quarterly. We have about $600,000 from them right now. We'll transfer that out during Q2 into the quasi endowment.
And then we're happy to share the terms of the.
No, but you think we will spend this over a couple of years or over 50 years?
Not over a couple, not over 50. 10, 12, I would.
Is this going to become a regular thing with the state sending monies to us through this mechanism? Typically, scholarships are delivered through our foundation.
I would say no, it's not going to be typical and not going to be a repeat. It was a successful effort by Tim and Tom in Salem, but I'm not counting on it to be a repeat.
Okay, second question. We're spending $370,000 out of E&G that's getting reimbursed, we'll say, from lottery funds. This does not reflect any additional spending on the stadium.
No.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm going to move into the non-ENG. So these are the other three funds that we talked about in Q1, auxiliary designated operations and service departments. None of the numbers that you see include depreciation or bond principal payments. Key changes for the auxiliary enterprises from last year. Housing and dining are projecting increases in revenue over last year. They have increases in their rates as well as they're projecting increases in their occupancy. Their fall occupancy is 317. They projected 320, so they're very close to what their projections were. 303 of those are paying occupants. They have employees and RAs that actually do not pay, so you'll hear different numbers. So that's the only reason I wanted to point those two things out. Health service fees and student fees were also increased, and parking services are charging for full year permits. Parking services have gone with either no permit increases or no charges for permits in 21 or a three-quarters of the year permit charges in 22, just due to the pandemic and having people on campus at different times during the year. The auxiliaries also contributed to the completion of the field house project in 22. So those are the transfers out. We're not expecting those for FY 23. Auxiliary budgets by fund, individual fund. This is what it looks like for each one of those. Housing and dining show a net at the end of the year of 601,000. This is before their bond principal payment, so it's closer to zero once they pay their bond payment. Student activities and incidental fees showing a small increase there. Intercollegiate, 450, again, this is attributed to the lottery dollars that we're still receiving, so they will be banking those for future use. Health service, how we continue to work on health services and how to write this fund. This is a use of cash. They were running a cash deficit. Lacey is working hard on being able to figure out the best strategy for changing the trajectory of this fund. There's just not a lot of levers to pull. The students on campus are the ones that pay for these services. So that fee is already pretty high when you look at our peers. So we're very sensitive to that. But we also have a large contract with Oregon Health Sciences to provide them physical services for us. Counseling services are also a part of this. So there's a lot of costs that are necessary for the campus included. So we just have to find a different revenue stream or a way to trim some expenditures there. General rentals, we typically hope to see an increase at the end of the year, a net positive at the end of the year on our general rentals. And then our integrated services building paid off their bond debt last year. So the majority of what they net at the end of the year is either used for other projects or is used to rehab the building. So the building is now 20 years old and needs some work. Which we're seeing in some of those areas as well right now. Keep looking at it, John. Designated operations, field trips are increasing. There's a cash balance in our field trips from prior years, so they will use about $5,600 of their cash at the end of the year. That's intentional to draw down some of their cash balances. The sundry donations, the Benny Fund, there's some additional information in your packet, but that fund supports student labor in the Learning Center. So it works with the disability support services as well as the testing areas to provide tutors and support there. We don't have a lot of control over what we can do with those dollars. Rural Engagement Vitality Center is also included. Athletic camps and athletic donations. So when you look at the transfers out with athletic camps and athletic donations, they transfer those out into the auxiliaries to support their operation. Service departments, major changes from FY22. There really aren't any. The only things we'll see is revenue and expenses will increase due to increased activity, but they go up at about the same level. So we're not expecting any major changes in those areas. Audio visual and library copy services will use some of their cash reserves to cover their projected net loss. Again, they have fixed costs and just not enough revenue coming in due to the campus activities to support the funds. The library is working on correcting the copy service issue. They have a new dean of library coming on in November, so they've kind of paused on that until that position is on board. Audiovisual, their budget will be revised in Q2. They mentioned yesterday that they had been conservative on their revenue, but they had fully budgeted their expenditures. So they're revising that. This number will be closer to $6,000 the next time you see this. And the same, the telecommunications, if they actually end the year with $31,000, if it looks like they're going to end the year with $31,000, we will actually reduce our transfer in from E&G to them because we shouldn't support more than what they need. And any additional balance of that would be used to support their infrastructure going forward. So we would like this number on the transfer in to them to be closer to the $45,000 that you normally see. A summary of all of that, $8.2 million, $8.3 million for revenue for all of the non-ENGs, $6.6 million in expenditures, a net of the transfer in and out of 12,000, leaving them at a net at the end of the year of $1.7 million. So these are just budgetary, and they're just looking at annual. Their cash balances are different than what you're seeing on these slides. This is just an annual look. Questions about non-ENG?
Yeah, when you do get the, I guess the net growth, do you put it in a contingency, or where do those funds go?
We require all of the funds to have plans and stuff. So like with athletics, we're looking at the influx of the lottery dollars. We have a 5-year plan of how that will be sent out and stuff. So yeah, they're all required to either break even or have a plan. With Residence Life, their cash that they're using will be invested in their long-term capital plan. They've got some choices to make on renovation and repair of some of the older facilities. It's hard for me to say Alacant is an older facility, but it is. And so they're working towards what they want to do with those dollars and what makes sense for them based on the student demographics of today versus the student demographics of 20-ish years ago.
And I would just add, it's important to note on the auxiliaries, they are self-support. So Residence Life is a perfect example. Their responsibility is to run their operation as well as their facilities. The ENG budget does not cover expenses associated. So they have to build reserves in order to do major capital projects on their residence halls.
Leanne, I have a question about athletics. It's always confusing to me, the funding of athletics and the numbers, because you have transfers in and out. We had donations of whatever 78,000 comes in, and the lottery funds. Is there any way you can actually tell us what the overall budget was for athletics and exactly where the different spots paid for it? I mean,
an overview of athletics, because they exist in all of the fund types. They have transfers in and out. But at the end of the day, what does the full picture look like? We can provide that for you. Yes. Most of the transferring in and out is actually accounting rules that we have to follow. It's the source of revenue drives where it lands in the fund, and then how you use the revenue makes us transfer it. But we can provide a larger overview where it shows all revenue and income, or revenue and expenses. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Further questions? Chris?
I guess my question is this where we get into the discussion questions?
Yeah. Leanne, we're ready for discussion.
Yeah, so I mean, the one that does the administration feel confident the 23 revenue projections associated with enrollment? Feel confident in that?
With the projections for this current year, we're in it, so yes. Enrollment is one of the most difficult things that we forecast, and institutional research works really hard to provide the best data that they can. We are seeing kind of unprecedented change from the pandemic, and understanding student behavior, we still really don't have our arms around it. It looks very different now than it did 3 or 4 years ago. So forward-looking projections on enrollment, I think we will continue to work hard to refine those, but we're kind of in a new world a bit. And, but for current year, we're comfortable with where those enrollment projections are for FY23.
Yeah, and so what was the number that was used previous? I think it was an increase, right? Is that?
We had a slight increase built in May in the budget that we brought before you then.
Yeah, it's at 6.4%.
6.4%.
And where did it actually, that was our forecast, right? Or that's what we actually.
Will you go to the revenue slide for E and G to show enrollment changes from the preliminary to current budget?
I'll just remind the trustees that Leanne has little difficulty hearing, so speaking loudly and with clear diction can really help.
That was the number.
Yes, so the preliminary budget was built on the enrollment increase of 6.4%. And we are likely to land overall at about 3.8% down. So we've adjusted the revenue budget for that swing.
Thank you.
So I think this is a good time for us to look at the overall picture because there is our concerns. We dropped our fund balance by $2 million. We're now spending more than what we're taking in. And obviously the big issue is enrollment is a big issue. But there are also increased expenses that are going on. And the concern is, as we look ahead, and we don't get into specifics on this, but as we look ahead over the next few years, we continue to have that challenge. And we can't obviously continue on this business of spending more than what we take in. Fortunately, at this point, we have a very good fund balance, but that's not going to last forever. So this committee really is going to have to look very strongly at how we manage our expenses and hopefully increase our enrollment to offset all that. But I do think it's something that it's important for this committee to realize is we have some significant challenges coming up. And this is just the beginning of that trend. Nice, happy comments.
Have we found that consistent with the other universities within the system that they're all trending down a bit?
The larger universities, well, Oregon State and U of O are not seeing enrollment declines. They're seeing pretty booming enrollment considering where we've been. Most of the TRUs, the smaller regional campuses are struggling. Some of them are experiencing a larger freshman class, but their numbers are still lagging from previous years. So overall, they're still down. Portland State is seeing significant declines. So the two bigs are different, but nationally, regional institutions are noticing this same trend.
I think one of the main things for the big U's is the fact that they are not doing the SATs anymore, and they're allowing a lot more students to come in from the lower. And so, of course, that's competing with us. So I think that's a big factor on that.
I will add that in ASA today, and again in the full board meeting in November, you'll get to dive pretty deeply with Holly into the enrollment strategies that she has in place for this current year. I do think that will help inform you at least to what level the work is occurring to try to correct this enrollment trajectory. So that's a plug to stay tuned for additional meetings and Bill's meeting of ASA. Where we'll have some opportunity to have some real strategy discussions around enrollment and retention.
I was curious with OSU's enrollment increases, is that including like the Bend campus or are those smaller branches seeing what we're seeing in the smaller areas, or is that staying stable?
I don't have the numbers on Bend on the top of my head, but we can get those. But I'm unclear where that campus is in terms of enrollment this fall.
Great, further discussion. I would just mention one other thing about Wiley. I know I've had comments from people about us trying to delve into that, and we're going to put that off to our January meeting, right? I'm going to do that. But it is, we're in a contract situation with them, and we do need, I think the board needs to look into that.
Yes, we will be actually having a conversation with the full board at the February meeting so that everyone's aware. The analysis is already underway and Holly and Leanne are both working on that to look at really what's working and what's not working in that partnership and that relationship. obviously, it's a critical component of our enrollment focus, and understanding where we might need to change efforts, where we might need to work with them differently. Those are the conversations that we'll be having. And we'll bring that to the full board with both a financial analysis as well as kind of a strategy analysis and looking forward.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion. Okay, we want to get a motion to move this on, to recommend to the board. So could we have a motion for that, please?
Chair Stevens, I recommend approval of the fiscal year 23 operating budget to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, George.
I'll second that.
Oh, and Christine, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Same sign. Good, unanimous. Oh, okay, great. Now we need to move on for our last item for approval, and that'll be the fiscal year 23 first quarter management report. Leanne will lead us through that, and then we'll need a motion to recommend it to the board afterwards. So Leanne, thank you.
I'm back again. Last time, I promise, for today. So this is a look at quarter one. This is always a little bit of an exhausting meeting because we run you through everything, tell you things over and over and over and over, just so you have it. But quarter one ended at the end of September. So a lot of this information format and the terminology and everything associated with it looks just like quarter four. It'll look just like quarter two, quarter three throughout the year. So you'll get used to all of it. This quarter one of fiscal year 23, the presentation I've also included a look at our CARES for American Rescue Plan dollars, funding where we're at today, as well as that grant funding impact that we've had for all of the grants that you hear about over the campus. So other than that, everything else is about the same. Quarter one, and I always say this, quarter one is my favorite. We get lots of revenue in, state sends us a larger percentage in the first quarter than they do throughout the year. We get all of our tuition revenue, not cash, but because we start school at the end of September, all of that's recorded, and our expenses are pretty low. Faculty are on contract starting the 16th of September, so the majority of our faculty only receive a half month of pay in September, so I have those costs as well. So it always looks good. It's a little misleading, but so quarter one, we received all funds, $20.1 million in revenue, or 34.5% of the budget, and recorded expenses of $11.8 million. So about where we expect it to be. It's always kind of oddity at the first of the year. Variances from the prior year, revenue increased $610,000 over the prior year, or 3.1%. It's driven by state allocations, camp revenue, and the reduction in that fee remission. So we actually have holding more tuition this year than we have in the past. Labor expenses are up $169,000. You would expect those to be more, but again, the faculty only received a half month of their salary increases in September, so you're not seeing a lot of those increases. Plus, can't stress it's enough, we have a lot of vacancies on campus, so those are all included in the labor expenses. Direct expenses are up $645,000, driven by capital associated with the ISB, renovation remodel over there, student aid, travel, and additional contracts. So it's early in the year, but we don't have any financial concerns after quarter one has completed. Looking specifically at education in general, we received 36.4% of the budgeted revenue and used 20% of our expenditure budget. Revenue is up 2.28%. Student fee revenue is down, enrollment is down, so trend is there, even though we had tuition increases for this year. The state allocations are up. State allocations, again, include all of the buckets, but they don't include the settle up on the SSCM. So every year, our state funding model looks back at the enrollments for Oregon students from the prior year. They don't do that until August. We don't submit until August. All the schools don't submit until August. Those run through the calculation in September, October timeframe, and then they send us our settle out. They're a little bit further behind this year, so we're hoping to have those numbers next week. So you'll see a change in that part of the budget in Q2. This also, state allocations includes the 600,000 we've received so far for the Performing and Visual Arts Scholarship. Also includes our benefits navigator position funding. So both of those things are included in those state allocations. We also receive on the biennium, in the first year of the biennium, we received 49% of our state funding, and in the second year we received 51%. So almost always, unless things go very bad in the second year, we always receive more funding just based on the percentage allocation. Total expenditures are up 3%, and our average expenditures per month in the first quarter were 3.4 million. If you remember, during FY22, they were 4.5 million. So that's how much our costs increase once the campus is fully loaded. All the students are back on campus and all the faculty are back as well. So you'll see those monthly costs start to escalate over the next quarters. Looking at the chart of things, the first column is the final budget. So the budget you just approved, thank you. And then the FY22 actuals at Q1, FY21 actuals, and the changes. So this is just the details of what I just went over. A graphical look. Those graphs are cool and we all like them, to just be able to quickly look and see where we're at this point in time. Moving on to the auxiliaries, revenue is up 13% due to housing and athletic camps. As we move out of the pandemic, those numbers will continue to climb. So housing has occupancy availability of over 400 beds. They're at 300. Before the pandemic, they were right at 380, 385, right in there. So we're still rebounding from that. Jeremy would tell you that that's turned out to be an okay thing because with illnesses, COVID, needing to quarantine, having those extra beds available has been a blessing for him because they have not had to restructure within the halls during the year. So again, where we'd like to see them full, you've got to balance off the programming when you look at that as well. Direct expenses are at 489,000 or 53%. That's a lot. That has to do with the meals and the expenses associated with the camps, as well as the capital investments that we're making over at the ISD building. So those are taking up a lot. John and his team do a lot of work during the summer, living in Eastern Oregon. A lot of construction projects happen in the summer, early fall, before winter flies. So you're seeing those expenses more in Q1, Q2 than you do, and certainly in Q3. At the close of Q1, the auxiliaries had received 20.9% of their revenue. The budget is revenue and utilized 23.4%. So a net of $166,000 at the end of Q1. This should look familiar by now. Again, it's just the funds that were within this fund type. Housing appears to run negative. It's because we hold their funds in a clearing account. Again, it's an accounting thing. We disperse those out in December. So you see them run negative in the first quarter, second quarter, they look just fine. It's just a 1 quarter issue. Students have less expenses in Q1 because they're not here. So their activities pick up in Q2 and the rest of the year. So this net is a result of the tuition and fees, the fees for them being assessed. So we're seeing that revenue impact, but not a high expenditure impact at this point in time. Athletics is a little bit the opposite. They run a lot of their expenses in the summer with their camps. They hold on to their camp revenue in the other fund, and then they transfer that in during Q2 once they've got all of their expenses from their camps settled out. So that's what you're seeing there. Health service looks like a positive. They receive revenue basically 3 times a year at the beginning of each quarter. Their expenses go on during the year, so that tends to go into a deficit as the year goes on. And then they do a large transfer. They do their transfer out in Q4. So they support athletic trainers as well as some administrative overhead within Lacey's area. So you see that in Q4. The integrated services building, you saw in their budget, they're planning for a deficit this year because of their capital project. Designated operations, not a significant variance from last year. They've received 48.4 of their budgeted revenue, and they've spent 27.4. Student fees are down due to field trip revenue. Again, field trips are another thing. They were impacted because of the pandemic. We didn't do a lot of traveling with students, but that is starting to come back. I just heard that next week biology is headed out for a field trip. So we're starting to see those things come back. Art takes a large field trip to Portland every year. And so those are coming back. We haven't seen those trips happening. So it's a great thing for the campus, and it's a great thing for the students to be able to get out. Their revenue is up 10% over the prior year. Expenditures are also up. So it's good when they both go at the same direction. Again, just looking at all the funds within there, there's not a lot, but there's certainly more than in the auxiliaries. And they're all very small. You see some, again, large balances right now in athletic camps and clinics, so they'll get transferred out into auxiliaries to support their operations. Most of the other negatives that you see are just a timing issue of the payment revenue waiting to be reimbursed in a lot of cases from outside sources that support the government operations. Service departments, in line with their projections, they receive 13.2% of their revenue budget. They spend more, again, than they make, and then that settles out during the year. Part of that's just the billing cycle for those particular areas. They have to bill for their services, so their revenue tends to be a little bit behind what their expenditures are. Revenue is down, and this really is $4,000. This is a small fund, so we moved from millions of dollars down into 4,000 from the prior year. We have increased use of audiovisual, so there'll be a positive revenue driver for this fund. And surplus sales will generated quite a bit in FY22, but we'll have limited generation of revenue during FY23. It just depends on what's available for surplus sales. So they've seen relatively no change from last year when you look at the net results. Again, just by specific fund, how they're looking at the end of Q1. Those areas that are running behind, with the exception of telecom, will settle out during the year as their revenue is received. Any questions about the quarterly results? Moving into our CARES for the American Rescue Plan dollars. Over the last, since 2020, we have been awarded a lot of money, a little over $8 million in funds. We've been able to spend that out. It was supposed to be spent out in the spring of 22. They gave everyone an extension to spend it out by May of 23. So we worked hard last year to spend out all those funds. We did have some that were left over, so we'll be spending those out this year. Part of the funds were designated specifically for students to bridge the gap during the pandemic. So they have fully expended all the student funds, $3.6 million since 2020, March of 2020, have been put back into our students. So those dollars went directly to the students to help them. It didn't offset other sources of funds. It actually just went and enhanced their funding packages. So that's good news. We received a small amount of money, what's called Strengthening Institutions Fund of $352,000. There's just a little bit of different criteria associated with those. We fully expended those. Some of those went to our HHP program to enhance some of the work that they're doing in health and human performances. We had spent $2.9 million in the institutional funding bucket, We have remaining, $1.2 million. $277,000 of that, will be used for faculty and administrative professional bonuses. Those were paid in July. We just have to do the transfer out. We did the same thing with the classified bonuses, part of their contract, with a bonus, for pandemic. So we use some of the funds to support that. We also have $375,000 allocated to IT infrastructure upgrades. So those will be spent out in the next couple of months. Supply chain has slowed down the spending of those. We anticipated those would have been paid out in the spring. They've had a little bit of difficulty on the sourcing side. Remaining balance, $554,000, which will be spent on student support, lost revenue or other needs, but still have to tie back to pandemic issues. So the auditors come in and look at all of these funds and make sure that we're spending them appropriately. But last year we were able to use about $1 million on lost revenue. So we were able to shore up some of our lost revenue in 22 using these funds to help bridge that gap. So we have that option again this year to bridge the enrollment deficit by using some of these funds as well. So when you look at the quarterly reports, these come in as transfer in as well in many cases. So that's another area of that transfer bucket that we have. We've been grateful and lucky to have these funds available to us. They've certainly helped in areas where we needed support during the year. So grant funding impact. This is in your packet. You have a list of all of the grants that we have. This is just the major grants that we've received since last year. So this is looking just at a small snippet. So Title III grant, our Strong Start 1, we received funding for Strong Start purposes in the first year. We get another allocation this year. So that was good. We had another $1 million this year to spend on Strong Start. The RPEG grant, which helps with early college initiatives in rural counties. We received funding for that. Somewhat unexpectedly, they had applied and then told that they didn't receive it, and then they came back and said we actually did receive it. So that's $1.2 million to be spent over the next 3 years. It started in October, and they are moving ahead rapidly on that. So that will be a great program to reinvest in our early college initiatives opportunities. Moonshot for Equity, $1.6 million is included for this year as well. And then Future Ready. The provost has received a Future Ready grant, which supports experiential learning opportunities. We have a program through ROI right now. This will enhance that and reinvigorate that program as well. At ASA, Lacey will go into more details about what the purpose of each one of these are, but I wanted you to have a full picture of what it looks like over the next 5 years. It's just based on 5 years because the Title III grant is a 5-year grant. We're looking at $8.7 million in just those grant opportunities. The institutional savings, repurposing our E&G funds and using some of these grants to offset some of those funds, $1.7 million over those 5 years. We'll also get $431,000 in indirect recovery off of those grants. So all good things there. To be fully transparent, there are some costs associated with these grants that we will pick up once these grants run out. So with Title III, there's some commitments the university had to make associated with those. So there will be costs going forward after year 5, the positions and things that we will be picking up on those. But what we hope is the outcomes of all of those grants will bolster enrollment and retention, which offset those costs. So, but we do have to make that commitment. Question? Comment?
Being on the acronym, just on the SS and then the RED or RPED, remind me what those acronyms stand for.
No,
Strong support.
it's rural, the R is rural. Oh, look, Peter knows.
And exactly, just, I know I want to just know a little bit more, what exactly do we do with rural post-secondary education development that we're doing? What exactly? Or even the SS 1.0 or the SS 2.0, what exactly are we doing with that?
Either way, Strong Start One was really used a lot for our summer bridge program. So it started last summer. There were efforts that were put towards the summer bridge program, and then the piece of it. Strong Start Two has been used mostly for retention purposes. So it is looking at, we did some scholarships for retention of sophomores. Looking at, last year we had a request through budget and planning to look at a plateau. We used to only charge tuition up to 12 credit hours, and then everyone who took between 12 and 16 credit hours paid the same amount. We did away with that several years ago. And someone asked, maybe we should look at putting that back into play. So one of Holly's proposals was to do that using some of these Strong Start $2 to be able to do that, and then to be able to look at that and test that theory and see if that really did make a difference or not. So that's what a lot of those have been used for. Strong Start 2, we didn't receive those funds until the award on those funds until this summer. So it's a lot of money to be spent out by June 30th. So Holly Chapin has been really working on the Strong Start 2 piece of it. The RPED grant is for rural. It's for early colleges. It's designated rural area, so it's very specific. Kathleen Brown is really the one that's heading that up as part of the reinvigoration of what you would probably remember as the Eastern Promise, which is now early college initiatives and stuff. So they're using a lot of that funding to support those programs. They'll be looking already ahead at what they want to do with those programs for summer of 23, which includes bringing teachers and students to campus in the summer and doing some work with them. So it's really just reinvigorating that program.
And I am hoping that during our November board meeting, we can do an overview of these with the board and have the key leads, at least high level overview. A lot of interconnectivity. And it's just, this is an amazing level of grants that we've never seen before at any given time. And that has its strengths and its challenges. So I know Lacey's going to spend some time at ASA talking about it as well today, and then hopeful at the November board meeting, we can bring each of those key folks over each grant to give a high level overview so the board's a little more familiar with those efforts.
No other questions? Should we go ahead and get a motion to recommend this to the board? George, you're good at this.
Let me get on the right page.
Do I hear a motion there?
I'll move it.
Okay, you're moving.
I will move it.
Thank you, Chris.
Second.
And a second, please.
Second.
Okay. All right.
Aye.
Same sign, nay. Okay. So we're off to our last but very important item, and we're very happy that we've got our guest presenter John Garlitz here with us. This is the quarterly capital update. We don't need to get a motion at the end of this one, but we look forward to the information. So thanks, John.
The answer I had to start with a fun fact. So I've got, well, I guess I'm going to change my fun fact that you talked about. I ran cross country and track here, at least, so that goes in line with the field house. First, some quick campus statistics. This is we have 100 acres of owned property. That includes integrated services building, EOC, and the Head Start area. That location east of 12th Street. We have around a little over 1 million gross square feet. About 660,000 is E&G. The rest is auxiliary. 28 buildings. We break down with 22 E&G spaces, six auxiliary buildings. And our 22 E&G capital renewal backlog that we report to the state, we have about 56 million of deferred maintenance, which is about 23% of our replacement value, and about 70 million, including seismic and code deficiencies, about 31% of our replacement value.
We have a new thing here, replacement value. That's a new term for me. Is that a calculated term? Is it advantageous for us to have a large replacement value, a small replacement value?
That is a very great question. It's ongoing with the capital renewal group, because University of Oregon keeps driving it up. It's based on they're trying to get an apples to apples comparison. So they use our numbers on a dollar per square foot basis based on different academic buildings. So that is based on a HEC provided estimate of our square footage. Our replacement value is actually less because University of Oregon drives that number quite high.
I would suggest that if I calculate the numbers, that implies a $200 million campus value or something. We couldn't begin to build 1 million gross square feet under Davis-Bacon laws that be commercial space for $200 a square foot.
Agreed. And we continue to refine this with the HEC. All the campuses continue to work on this. When we look at things, when we buy our insurance, when we look at things like that, those values are much more in line with what it would actually cost. The work with our replacement value from the HEC's perspective in terms of how they view capital renewal and replacement is ongoing conversation with all of the campuses.
Thank you. In facilities and planning, we track 3 categories of capital projects on 10-year plans. Capital projects that are legislative requests, E&G capital improvement replacement. These are the dollars we get from the HEC and the state, and auxiliaries capital improvement replacement. So our 10-year capital improvement and 10-year capital plan is includes the 3 categories here. I have not updated it yet this year. We are working towards updating it, but it shows us what we anticipate spending over the next 10 years.
And those numbers are based on major assumptions, also assumptions that we will be funded on major capital projects. So there's a lot of assumptions in that our CINR funding from the state won't change or will remain stable biennia over biennia, and also that we will have major capital funded. Yep. And that is a legislative decision.
Part of the legislative decision is this drill down on the capital projects. So we have different projects like the field house, our capital improvement, Inlet Hall, Losa Hall Phase 2, and future projects are included here. This is what we have on a schedule basis that if it doesn't get funded, then it gets shifted. Our CIR, capital improvement renewal funds, every year every 2 years we get around $3 million. I think we're getting a little bit more this next coming in April of next year. What we do is we actually have a knowledge feedback loop of this every 2 years that we seek across the campus. We go through the budget and planning committee. The budget and planning committee helps inform that. Then it goes to the executive leadership team, and we prioritize it with facilities and executive leadership, and we having a feedback loop with the budget and planning committee over time. Some of these priorities will change as things break, or different priorities pop up over the next few months. But we track it on this is a small portion of it. A lot of this funding is around $10 million in wishes. So our current capital projects, of course, are the field house, Inlow Hall Phase 2, and a grand staircase that we received the ARPA funds, federal funds for. And our current capital renewal and replacement is G Avenue and 7th, 88 pedestrian improvements, Ackerman anthropology tenant improvements, and the DA tank replacement at Central Plant. Those are the major ones we're working on right now under CR funds. Auxiliary funded projects is the Allocate building envelope renewal. We're having a major project going on next summer. Integrated services, we're doing some carpet renewal and window coverings. We renewed their lease, and they had some requests, which was actually coincided with their capital improvement plan. And we have a Hope boiler replacement. Hope boiler is an item that failed this summer. In the heating months, they use our central plant for boiler, but when our boiler's off and we're using our cooling, they need hot water, and they have a boiler because of the hot water needs for the kitchen. So that failed, and we're working through that right now. A brief overview and photos of our capital projects, including anthropology, the G Avenue, Inlow Hall, the grand staircase, and the field house. So we attended improvements in Ackerman. This is the area that was where Head Start was located on that southeast corner. In the base, it's in the basement, but it's accessed on the first lower level by the tunnel. And we have a class lab and a lab that are putting online. We were hoping to have it online this fall. We have some HVAC issues in terms of procuring, supplying. We have a couple of inline fans and an air handle unit that is going to be installed over the next month. The inline fans are here. The air handle unit is not here yet. And you guys, if anybody's seen going down G Avenue, we have some pedestrian improvements, and we have had some capacity issues in terms of contracting laborers, also focusing on the field house. So we are shifting some of this work to the spring, particularly the area by in front of Quinn. We have some ADA improvements that are necessary there. It's a picture of the improvements on the south side of G Avenue, but also towards the parking lot versus people walking through the parking lot. Yes. This is from near the field house looking west, this first picture. So the track is on the left side, yes. No, it was just curb and then grass and then a fence. And so we had curb, sidewalk. We shifted the fence closer to G Avenue, and we have some illumination that we're putting all the way down. The illumination will provide much better safety and security lighting around between the community stadium and the field house, as well as the parking lot for the res halls. Inlow Hall Phase 2, we're in schematic design. We're in design services right now under schematic design, and there's a lot of renewal of old systems, but also improving seismic of this building. And then doing some renovations of the second floor, making it more optimum in terms of workflow and productivity, as well as heating and cooling. So the goal is, I've told the architects, no more portable air conditioners outside of the windows. This shows a schematic of the new diaphragm flooring and areas that need seismic strapping. So this core area, except along the walls, pretty good. But the rest, this is the rest of the phase 2 project. This was already designed back in 2010. We're just fully implementing. A grand staircase. So the grand staircase has some backfill and some drainage issues and some footing issues because it was built in the Depression time. And so we are actually due to the new seismic codes, and we have to replace the entire facility, but we're going to rebuild it exactly the same. We are in the permitting process right now. We anticipate bidding in this January, February timeframe and having it completed by December of 2023. Part of the permitting process is consultation with the Confederate tribe, and we're working through all of those permitting issues right now. We should be, as well as SHPO, we should be clear of that within the next month or two. The design is about a 90% level and ready to go to bid. And this I included this pictorial because this cross section, because this shows the level of detail we wanted to inform and consult with the tribes in terms of what are we going to be removing, what do we believe is fill, what do we believe is native fill, so just native ground. So this is our understanding, and as we move forward, we'll make sure all cultural environmental clearances meet state, federal rules as well as the tribal. And the field house. Yes. There is no ADA. There is no ADA on this. The ADA is actually around the area. It'll go around. Yeah. So the field house is nearly complete. We hope to have occupancy in the coming days. That's my statement. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it for a while. On November 7th, we have a pretty critical date. If we have a lot of great local subs, but they're reliant on subs from Boise, so we need to make sure we get them here. It's not necessarily the weather, it's just all the competing interests that everybody in Boise has. We're not a Micron, we're not a St. Luke's, we're not a St. Al's. I'm like, no, but we're Eastern Oregon, so please perform for us. So on the November 7th, we hope to have a lot better of understanding of the next few weeks beforehand, and are able to understand and help transition and bring still bring in this fall term the users, the outdoor program, work with them to move in HHP, as well as now that the weather's turned, track and field are the cross country runners and the track and field are chomping at the bit because they start their indoor season pretty soon.
We are hoping at the November board meeting for a tour and even a dinner.
Yes.
Right? Can we
And what day was that?
building a field
November
house.
8th. Perfect. See? November 9th. Okay.
Building a
See?
field house during a pandemic has proven more challenging than we could ever imagine.
Yes.
Supply chain, workforce, you name it. So John and Mike Becker both, they've done a great job. It's just been a nearly impossible situation at times. So we're a little later than we wanted to be, but if nothing else, we'll get you in for a tour at the November board meeting because it's a wonderful
Yep.
facility.
And I just wanted to say thank you to John. It's a good thing he was in track and field earlier because he was running around like crazy to get the facility ready for the ribbon cutting at homecoming. And that was we had at least 200 people that went over for the ribbon cutting. And he had to do a lot of work to make it possible for us to get in the facility with those people and give them a chance to see it. And I think that that's going to make a long-term impression on those people. So thanks for all your efforts there, John.
Welcome. So the remaining process, of course, to complete the field house, and we have the G Avenue and 7th Street improvements. The field house will be completed. G Avenue will shift to, now that weather's turned, we'll shift to spring. Continue the pre-construction services for the Inlet Hall Phase 2. Again, publicly bid the grand staircase January, February of 23. Execute on a D8 tank. Allocate building envelope this summer 2023. And then start the feedback loop again through the budget and planning for our next allocation of funding that we received in April of May 2023. Questions?
Well, thank you very much. That was wonderful. We're just about where we want to be on time. Are there any questions at this point? Pretty impressive with all you're doing.
I just had a comment. I think your G Avenue project is really important and I like the whole concept of it because otherwise the field house kind of feels a little bit isolated. Now that's a real connecting feature for it. So I do really think that's great project.
Thanks, Cheryl. Any other comments or questions? Good. Well, I'm going to go ahead and myself and make the motion in a second, and we'll go ahead and close our meeting. Thank you all.
Awesome. Okay, I would like to call the October 26th regular meeting of the Governance Committee in order. Mr. Secretary, please proceed with the roll call.
There you go. Please respond when I call your name. Anna Cavanado.
Rising.
Chris Cronin.
Present.
You need to move your mic closer to you. Tamara Mabbott,
I'm here.
Brad Stevens.
Here.
Maurizio Valerio is told us he'll be absent today. And Chris Warner.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Thank you. First item on our agenda is announcements. Board Secretary Burford has some announcements to make. Would you please proceed?
Sure.
You need-
Thank you.
There we go. We'll share that.
Thank you. First, some housekeeping announcements. We ask everyone to please put your cell phones on Do Not Disturb. And if you're joining us by phone and using your cell phone for your audio, please keep yourself muted unless speaking. Members of the media, if you haven't already done so, please sign the sign-in sheet at the recorder's desk to my left. Likewise, anyone present in person who wishes to give public comment, please be sure to sign the sign-in sheet at the recorder's desk. The public have been invited to attend in person, and this meeting is being live streamed over the internet. For the meeting to be effective, speakers need to use the tabletop microphones. They are the only way that people viewing the live stream can hear. We ask you to turn your mic off when you aren't using it. Our tabletop microphones are the only microphones that should be used by those attending in person. If you brought a laptop or device, please be sure the speakers and microphone are turned off. In front of you, you'll find the meeting agenda, meeting materials, and travel reimbursement form. Please sign the travel form and turn it into Pepper by the end of today's meeting. The board received no written public comments for this meeting and received no requests to give oral public comment by remote means. That concludes my housekeeping announcements. I also want to mention that at our next board meeting, November 9th and 10th, we will give the board an update on the presidential search process. At the moment, we're midway through 2 projects, identifying who will serve on the presidential search committee and selecting the presidential search consultant. We've passed some important interim milestones in both of those projects. I hope that by the time of the board meeting, we'll be able to announce the conclusion of one or both of those projects. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Chris. Does anyone have any other announcements they wish to make at this time? If not, we will go to our first agenda item, which is to receive oral comments, but we have.
No one is here in public, in person, requesting to give comment.
Great. So why don't we move to the approval of the consent agenda? I'm assuming everyone's had the opportunity to look at that. Are there any questions or concerns? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Recording in progress.
All right, well, it's let me recap. The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it is passed.
Just for the record, that was trustee Cavanado who made the motion and trustee Cronin who seconded, correct?
Thank you. All right. Let us go to the next item. Secretary Burford will give us an orientation of the work of the Governance Committee. So I'll let you proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a key time in the life of this committee. The Governance Committee has as its chief function maintaining the health and functionality of the board itself. So it's a really critical role. And this is, sorry, let me just glance at this real quickly. Oh, yes. And this is in terms of the membership of this committee. It's initially initially all the trustees were brand new. But over time, it's tended to have trustees who've served for a long time and brought that perspective. So this is quite different this time around. We have 3 existing trustees who've served on it before and 3 trustees who've just joined the board, including our chair. It seems like a good time to return to a discussion about sort of first principles of the committee. In addition, the charter of the committee actually does require that the committee review its charter at least annually. And we haven't always done that, but we tend to do that at this first meeting of the year. So that's why this is on the agenda. I think we've got 20 minutes for this topic. I will note that this agenda is pretty jammed with topics, a lot of them 5 or 10-minute topics. So we will sort of see what we can get done. So as you know from looking at the cover sheet, both the scope of work of the committee is described, was originally described in its charter, and then that language was moved into board statement number 3 on committees. And so that language is identical in both. And it emphasizes the central role of the committee in terms of maintaining the health of the board itself. And to a larger extent, the functioning of the board within the administrative structure of the university. So you can see the first topic is considering matters pertaining to the hiring, employment, evaluation, and removal of the president. And then this next citation is to a statute that actually describes the search committee. And we're all familiar with that at the moment because we're forming a search committee, and it just specifies that this is not the search committee. But on the larger policy level, this committee does get involved in questions about that. And so, as you'll note from the attachment I had about sort of going over the history of this committee, committee is where board statement number 7 on evaluation of presidential performance was first developed, and all of the amendments to it, and there have been many over time, have come out of this committee. As well as other amendments that affect the role of the president. So for instance, we had an amendment a couple years ago that clarified that the chair of the board functions as administrative supervisor of the president. And that was something we initially discussed in this committee before it went on to the board as a whole. This next paragraph of the charter or the board statement really kind of is the most all-encompassing. It's trying to get around this concept of maintaining a healthy board culture and a well-functioning board. So it has a little laundry list of things, but they're all related to what is called maintaining effective trusteeship. So discussions about the composition of the board, succession planning, board member recruitment, and appointment of trustees or recommendations for appointment of trustees, the development of board culture, rituals and traditions, and ethics compliance, board self-evaluation, and discussion of things like the board retreat and the board's bylaws and statements. Now, both of these documents, whether it's the original charter, which was this committee voted on in the early fall of 2015, or the board statement number 3, have not been substantively amended since then. So there are some things in here that we thought the committee would have a larger role in than it has in practice had. In particular, the stuff about making recommendations for appointments of trustees, and to some degree, some sort of role in evaluating people who might be candidates to be on the board. As Brad will recall, because he actually went through this, and perhaps Bill as well, we thought this concept is largely drawn from private universities and colleges where the boards are quite different from the boards in public institutions. They tend to be 3 or 4 times larger. They tend to be heavily focused on recruiting donors to serve on boards, and current trustees are in charge essentially of figuring out who's going to be allowed to be a trustee. It couldn't be farther from the way it works in the public sector. This board doesn't get to choose who's going to be a trustee. In fact, that anyone who wants to go onto the governor's executive appointments office website can fill out an online application to serve on this board of trustees. So that piece probably could be edited. We just haven't prioritized doing that. But in reality, aside from talking about broad general ideas about what kind of qualities and skill sets the board wants represented on the board, there's not necessarily a lot more in that role for this committee to perform. I'll just add one other factor, the fact that the board just doesn't get to decide. It's also that these meetings are all public. So that's not a great environment in which to talk about the advantages or disadvantages of a particular candidate. Then we have this discussion about considering matters pertaining to litigation, legal services, and compliance. So this is referring really to my role as general counsel. And fortunately, we have not had very much, we haven't had, God, I don't even want to say this. It has not been necessary to come and talk to the committee about that in the past 7 years. But it's useful to have this in here in case we should have some major litigation involving the board or its governance or risk matters. Some of that would go over into into the Finance Administration Committee, but some of that would be discussed here as well. And then likewise, there's a reference essentially to Tim Seidel's function, Vice President of University Advancement. So matters pertaining to advocacy and advancement, including strategies for university personnel to deploy in enhancing the university's profile. And so this is really the reason that Tim and I are the chief support folks to this committee. If you look at the other committees, the Vice President for Finance and Administration reports to the Finance and Administration Committee, the Provost and the Vice President for Student Affairs report to SNA. So this is sort of like, okay, we interact with this committee. And then I note that there are a couple of procedural details in the charter that have not made it into board statement number 3. One is conducting this annual review, and the other is just our roles. The charter specifically says that I and Tim provide support to this committee. So that's sort of the scope of work of the committee. Do the committee members have questions about that?
President Shoves. Thank you, Chair Warner. I just wanted to comment that currently there's a university governance work group at the state level that's been meeting and talking about everything from trustee recruitment to training. And we're not finished yet. I think we'll have 1 or 2 more meetings. The outcome, the end result outcome could be anything from a best practices document to legislation, or somewhere in the middle. And I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. But that could include some things that would affect how this committee operates and goes to once that's finalized. Senator Dembro is the chair of that work group, and he's doing a good job. So I just wanted to mention that.
And we've got, Tim's got a couple agenda items on for today in which he'll talk in more detail about that.
Trustee Abbott.
Thank you. Richard, was you're participating that in your capacity as interim co-president, is that correct?
No, it was as a trustee.
Okay, Okay.
And then they just kept me on when
Yeah.
the switch came
Yep.
over and they said,
Right.
okay, now you can do both.
Very good. No, I just really curious. I have a really nice rapport with, Senator Dembro, so, send him my regards, but, I'm encouraged that you're at the table because I think we've noted in the past, EOU has its uniqueness and, important to be there to protect our, ability to thrive as a board.
Yeah,
Thank you for doing that.
Senator Dembro's been real sympathetic to that in the meetings. The other trustee that's in the work group is Margaret Kirkpatrick, who's just a past trustee from Portland State. And we even have had a one-on-one meeting with Senator Dembro. And so I think that's all been good. And he asks us more questions in those work group meetings than anybody else.
Well, okay, back to the scope of work of the committee. If you look at the agenda today, you'll see that there's quite a list of things, but they're all connected up with this set of topics. And frankly, crammed a lot in this time because this is the first meeting of this incarnation of the committee. And you guys will be in this role for a couple of years. So I'm hoping to kind of get a good head start. You'll see I attached a sort of summary of the history of the work of the committee. I also sort of summarized that in the cover sheet where I mentioned some of the key tasks, essentially generating almost all of the board's statements, and as well as amending them. And there are a fair number of board resolutions. The bulk of our board resolutions are actually resolutions of appreciation for departing trustees. But when you start looking at the ones that get into real substantive issues, most of them have come out of this committee. So that's sort of the legacy of the work of the committee. And I can tell you, we try to develop a work plan each year for the committee. And often at this kickoff meeting, I present it. I don't actually have one ready for you this year. And I can tell you that it's often looks a little odd because there's not necessarily a large number of things listed on the agenda for the committee in future meetings. We manage to have plenty of things to talk about. It's just a little more of a dynamic process than sometimes we're able to predict a great deal in advance. Just to make another comment about, I'll make a little comment about my workload. As you know, we're doing the presidential search and I'm providing support to that process. So that's a fair bit of my time. But this is not the first year in which I've had multiple committees I was working with. We've had several key ad hoc committees of the board in past years that I was also providing partial or a large amount of support to. And we seem to manage to balance the workload okay. So that's really what I've got for that topic, unless people have more questions.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for Chris and the governance committee charter?
I'll volunteer. There were a couple that I remember there were a couple here on the staff cover sheet that I sort of prompted for trustees, and I might as well sort of address those if you don't mind. So you saw that first paragraph talks about issues about the board's management of the president, and now we're in a presidential search, and you've heard no discussion of this committee. So that might be a reasonable question to ask. What the heck is that about? And the reality of it is, once again, when we wrote this in 2015, we weren't sure when we'd be doing another presidential search or how the process of doing it would have changed between then and now. And another piece of background that's good to understand is that the university system produced models of our first 4 or 5 board statements. And so they were adopted provisionally by the board before it even formed. And then we've been continuously amending them ever since. And there was a board statement on committees, board statement, which became board statement number 3. And it had 3 committees, but the third committee was not a governance committee. It was an executive committee. And the function of the executive committee was to do some of the things the governance committee does, but it was also to act in place of the board in certain kinds of situations where it wasn't possible to get a board quorum together, but you didn't want to just let the president wing it. We opted not to follow that model. And if you look at the AGB report, they actually recommend, instead of that model, using a governance committee. So we were actually 7 years ahead of that recommendation, although we'd gotten some information from AGB even then. And so that's why the original board statement 3 actually had the section that's for the governance committee was blank, because we knew we weren't doing executive committee, but we hadn't put this together yet. And I think part of the reason there, if you look at how some universities manage their presidential search process, some of them actually have the executive committee plugged into that process. We don't have an executive committee. I think in 2015, when we wrote this, we thought, well, maybe we would want the governance committee to function that way. But in practice, the governance committee has not functioned that way. And so that's why if you look at all those details in our most recent board resolution, which lays out the process, there's really not a discussion of the governance committee in there. And then in terms of work that we do anticipate in the coming year, I've alluded to one already, which is in another one of our board statements, and that is this revisiting board statement number 3. I'm hoping that we will eventually, this committee and our sister committees will be able to make a recommendation to the board to amend board statement number 3 on committees, to import into it the useful material from the committee charters and then repeal the charters. And that's just because it's generally a good principle to, when you're talking about a governance statement or a statement of how you're going to do things, it's really a good idea to say that only once. If you have it in multiple documents, they will in time become different. And that's, since that's an avoidable set of problems, this is an attempt to do that. So I did talk to this committee in May about that. I'm talking to academic and student affairs this afternoon about that. And depending on how that conversation goes and when that question gets resolved with them, I will be back here to talk about that. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Trustee Cavanato.
Yeah, I just have a question about one of the tasks seems to be that we needed to provide the annual and comprehensive board performance evaluation. When does that happen? How does that happen?
Thank you for asking. So that process, I mentioned about the evaluation of the president, and that's described in board statement number 7. Board statement number 8 describes the process for the annual and comprehensive evaluations of the board's performance. And we're actually going to talk about that a little later on the agenda, but a piece of that is that all trustees are asked to complete a questionnaire near the end of the academic year. And one of the things we'll be talking about is whether to keep using the same questionnaire or change it. So that's actually coming up a little later today.
Any additional comments? All right. Oh, Trustee Cronin.
Just, this may be premature. I just am wondering if the governance committee is going to have a special role in the presidential search. Do we have any of that decided yet?
No, I don't think we, I was talking a little bit about that earlier. I think the way we've set up the process as defined in board resolution 2209, the most recent one, there's not really a role spelled out for the governance committee in that.
Thank you for the question. Anything else before we move on? All right, thank you, Chris. We'll be hearing more from you later. Our next agenda item will be by Vice President of University Advancement, Tim Seidel. So Tim, please come forward and let's talk about the political landscape.
Thank you, Chair Warner, members of the committee. For the record, Tim Seidel, Vice President for University Advancement. Good afternoon. Things are certainly ramping up. We have a couple of weeks before some significant elections take place for the state of Oregon and nationally as well, but maybe we'll just focus on Oregon for now. One of the frequent questions I'm asked is what happens if who gets elected? And overall, what I've been telling folks is Eastern is in a very good position right now statewide in terms of leadership. We have strong relationships with leaders throughout the state, but in particular with our leadership and our legislators from our own backyard. And we also have great connections with all three of the candidates who have seen and connected with Eastern at multiple levels, both with myself and President Insco, with various members of our board of trustees, with our students, and with the delegates from our Eastern Oregon legislators. So regardless of who is elected, we will obviously be spending time working with that new governor and their staff. But we also have pre-existing relationships with them. So it's not as though we have to go in and try to explain who we are and what we do. We've had a long time to work with these folks. So that's the first thing. And then the second usually is, well, what's going to happen with the budget? The other question there is that, where do each of these legislators these candidates move towards higher education support? It's not a high priority on any of their lists. That's been noted in the media as well. There's certainly a lot of other issues, pressing issues in the state of Oregon that are taking a lot of their attention. That said, as a coalition, the Oregon Council of Presidents is advocating for an increase in the statewide budget, the Public University Support Fund, as well as other funds that will support the universities and our efforts across the state to help our students. What will happen is that this current governor is creating a governor's recommended budget that's really going to be more of a framework, and they'll be passing that on to the elected governor, who will then go through and probably change it, which that's what they always do. It's their prerogative to do that. But that governor's recommended budget is just that, is a recommended budget. As I've been told many times by legislators, the governor recommends, the legislature dispenses. They're the ones who vote on how the funds get spent. We would expect that to come out still in December, and then we'll have a better picture of what we have to work with or don't have to work with in the session as it's coming up. Adding into all of this is a significant turnover in the legislature itself. A lot of folks who have been in office haven't actually ever done a session in Salem. When they were last elected, everything was virtual. So they've never actually really spent much time in their actual offices in the state building, in the Capitol building. Other ones are going to be brand new to the table. And so there will be a lot of outreach that we'll be doing to those legislators to fill them in on what's happening within higher education and post-secondary education, our partnerships, and all the work that we do at a very high level, as well as broken down to each of those legislators in their particular district. But that will play into the session because, as you can imagine, a lot of people new to the building, there'll be a lot of confusion and a lot of misunderstanding. So we'll be spending a fair amount of our time trying to just get everybody back onto the lane and talking about what's happening with higher education and in particular in respect to Eastern. I can pause there before I go and talk about a little more policies. Anybody have any questions or?
Any questions for Tim at this point?
All right. Policy. There has been a significant amount of work during the interim on policy. For our education, higher education for Eastern in particular, it's based in several different areas. One is the Joint Task Force on Underrepresented Students in Higher Education. This is a group that was formed after the last session. They have done tours throughout the state. They came to Eastern. They visited our community colleges as well to learn about what's happening in each of those areas, in each of those institutions. They are now sorting through around 40 different proposals. It's a very open-ended process where folks have been able to submit a proposal to whatever they think needs to be addressed by this task force. The task force is split into three major areas, really financial aid and affordability, student support, wraparound services, and accountability. And those proposals range from a statewide absentee policy. If students have to be missing classes because they have COVID or some other illness, to very high level of requiring all of our certain levels of positions all to be vice presidents or at an executive level. So it really ranges. Like I said, we're sorting all those out. There are surveys now coming out to ask folks who are participating on these work groups to rate and rank those proposals, get them back to the legislature. And then they'll eventually close these open meetings where we have work groups. We have folks who are sitting on the work groups. We have representation on all three of the work groups from Eastern. I sit on one. Helen Moore sits on another one, and Joe Hickerson sits on a third one, all to have that voice there and have our presence known at those committees. Then the legislators themselves will sit down and hash out which of these proposals they really think have merit and which ones they want to push forward. And then we'll see what happens with the bills that'll be coming out as we go into the next legislative session. The other one we talked about a little bit earlier, the University Governance Work Group. This is one that Richard is on. That's been another group that's been meeting periodically throughout the summer, the interim, and just met earlier this week. And we had a long session that really was focused on who selects the trustees, how we select the trustees for the boards, a high amount of focus on the student, faculty, staff trustees and who gets to make that selection process. A long discussion ranging from very, very small, tightly fit process to something that could go all the way up to all the names need to be vetted by the state House or Senate education committees, which I'm sure they'd be really excited to have all of that work loaded onto them. At least that's my interpretation, I should say, of it. However, all of those really greatly extend the time it takes to not only recruit and go through a process of selection, which is very cumbersome, not only for the institutions themselves and the candidates, but for the state. The dates, Chair Warner knows this well, the dates you have to set up to provide the names from the executive appointments office and the governor's office to the Senate has to be backed way up to even provide time for those folks to interview the potential nominees for these various boards. And there's 140 some boards and commissions that are being appointed to. So you ever see the list that all of you have been on when it comes out, it's a little extensive and that's a lot of work. So again, you're now talking about adding a lot of folks. I think ultimately it comes down to having a process that people understand at your campus and people understand statewide, that's open and that is flexible. We have ours is a both and. We talk about the needs of the board as well, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And we talk about trustee. I give you a trustee update. The needs that we have at Eastern, but we also open up a wide process to allow people to nominate themselves or others. And as Chris pointed out, I think that it's totally open-ended. Anybody can go onto the governor's website and add their name to the list. The other two really around education. As if you've read anything in the news, you've seen that there's been quite a dramatic impact on student success, given the impacts of COVID and the impacts to educators as well. We have a huge deficit of educators, not only in this state, but nationwide. So there is a educator workforce work group that has been meeting and had a large list of proposals they will be moving forward that include concepts around educator preparation, educator recruitment, retention, licensure, credentialing, and even alternative licensure to try to help fill in these gaps that we're experiencing at schools all across the country. We're again involved in that because we have a strong educator program, and we're waiting to see what the outcomes, likely some resources that will come into play. Again, we've been very successful in our College of Education. They've done a fantastic job of going out and grabbing resources that are available with things like the Rural Educator Program, Oregon Teacher Pathways, the Center for Culturally, OCCP, culturally responsive practices. And now we're looking at how we can also do programs that might be around teacher educator prep. And if they, of course, things like if they maybe they go and they teach in a school in Oregon, do they get some of their debt relieved after they've served, or taught a number of years? And then educator preparation programs is another one we're highly involved in. We have one of our deans is actually on both the Oregon Association of Colleges of Teacher Education and Dr. Newman, and she's also on the Teachers Standards and Practices Commission. And they're looking at a variety of issues really centralized around educator prep programs. Right now, there's a discussion of licensure fees that are being charged by the TSPC to students who are in state programs, but they're not charged to students who are seeking licensure from out of state programs. We see this as a burden, an unfair burden on our students in particular. And so that group is meeting and talking about how do we gently push back on that or start asking some of the questions. We will be meeting again on Friday for some additional updates. I represent EOU with that group, along with my colleague Cindy Robert, who's with the independent institutions. So we'll be meeting on Friday and get some more information about what we're going to do next on those programs. So it's not as though the interim means that we all get to sit back and take a little break and nothing really happens legislatively. On funding, the governor's recommended budget and state priorities. I talked about that a little bit. The Public University Support Fund is seeking an increase. We're looking to ask for 1.05 billion. This is just over $1 billion, as you might guess. But it's largely due to try to move the universities into a position to where we might be able to keep tuition at or below 5%. Long ways to go on that, and we're testing out that messaging right now as we're leading up into the session to get the questions out of the way, find out what reactions are from legislators from our own campuses, and primarily with the governor's candidates. So far, people are seeming to understand it, but there are additional increased costs that we're all bearing on benefits as well as increased costs at the institutions. We've even talked a little bit earlier this week about capital because of the increased costs that are coming through to a lot of our institutions. That does bring me to capital construction. Losal Hall Phase 2 is still our top priority going into this session. We'll be pushing hard to seek funding for that proposal. So we're excited about having that discussion going forward. It's still in a fairly high ranked position, not as high as we would like it to be, or if we feel it should be. But right now the list is just being forwarded as a list and it's not being prioritized. And I think as you heard, some of the folks in the other committees may have heard earlier, we are going to also be pursuing additional funds for Strong Start. These are the wraparound services funds we're able to use for bridge and mentoring programs and services to help students. And then sports lottery funding really impacts our athletics programs. That provides a couple of $1 million for us, which is significant for us. And that's one we absolutely need to maintain going forward. We have to have a base level there that we won't go below. It is significant for us and for all of the regional institutions in particular to provide access to students and to provide programs that bring students and provide them many times the only pathway to go get a degree. I think that's the bulk of my list. The other two items, include our Moonshot for Equity, funding for that, seeking resources for that program, and the Rural Engagement and Vitality Center, again, continuing to see if we can seek and identify funds to support that program that not only connects students, in this area with experiential learning opportunities, but with programs and projects and communities and organizations, municipalities all over Eastern Oregon that is growing exponentially right now to where we're getting to the point where we'll have to probably start saying no to some of the projects that come on just simply because we don't have the staff capacity to do everything we'd like to do. We are adding staff in that area, but that will be a new project to take on as we expand it. So I can stop there now.
Trustee Mabbott, I think, has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent report as always, Tim. Have you targeted certain agencies or policy option packages for the REV program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, primarily the Business Oregon is one that we're really focusing in on, and we're seeking funds with them also for a regional innovation grant We have a planning grant right now, so
Yes.
they did give a nod to us and say, tell us how you would make this work, so we could be an innovation hub, and we're in the process of completing that project.
I have a few other agency ideas. Maybe we can talk offline
Sure.
about it, but it's one of my favorite programs here, so.
It's a great program.
All right, thank you. I'll follow up.
Any additional questions for Tim? Trustee Martin.
Thank you. This is such a perilous time for you guys to make any real plans until you know what happens after less than 2 weeks from now. But I wondered if we see a change in the majority leadership in Salem, is that going to affect all this task force work that you've done? If we have a change in chairmanship of the education committees and those, is that going to impact you in all the work and Richard's committee as well?
Yes, it certainly could, right? I mean, that's just the nature of politics, that if there's a sea change within the makeup of the House, Senate, or the governor's office, that things do shift, but you have to go along with the process that's in place to advocate for, which is what we're doing, advocate for Eastern. But there would be, I would imagine, a change in it. Now, you always have the issue of, well, you have your House or Republican is elected, a Democrat or a Republican is elected governor, and then you have a House and or Senate that may be both, the other party. Then that's always kind of exciting to see what's happened. Sometimes it could be all three, right? You can have all three be in the same party and they still don't get along. So it is the nature of politics. There would be some shifting around, but we'll know that in just a couple of weeks.
Trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Warner. I have a question not for Mr. Seidel, but for President Chavs, I think. Most of rural Oregon is represented in federal Congress by Cliff Bentz, a congressman from Ontario who was past student body president here at EOU. Mr. Seidel is very focused on Salem, as he should be, because we feel we have an opportunity to influence decisions that are made there. I think we all understand we don't have much influence on decisions that are made in Washington, D.C. But as I look ahead to this potential election, it's possible that Mr. Benz, who's currently the ranking member on the Natural Resources Committee's subcommittee on water, oceans, and wildlife, might be chairing that subcommittee. And I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to be intentional at EOU in thinking about what that subcommittee's priorities are and how we might change our activities to better fit in those priorities.
Trustee Johnson, we certainly have ongoing relationships and conversations with Representative Benz and his staff, and we'd be happy to look into that and see. We're watching that as well, because depending on where that seat shakes out for Cliff, it could be significant for not only this area, his district, but for Eastern in particular. And given that we've just added programs in areas like agricultural entrepreneurship and sustainable rural systems.
Also, it's our intention to take a closer look at other federal funds that might be available to EOU.
Thank you. Any other additional comments for Tim? Tim, thank you for that great report. No pressure, but we're all depending on you.
Thank you. As always, yeah, thank you.
There you go. So we're gonna go into our lightning round of issues. So I think Chris, you were up first to talk about the August retreat.
Yes, this is a 5-minute agenda item. We're about 4 minutes ahead, so maybe. So as you just heard, one of the functions of this committee is to weigh in on the retreat and how it's working or not. And having just had one, it seemed like a good time to talk to you about your impressions of our last retreat, what worked and what didn't. And it's really as simple as that. I wrote a little bit more in the cover sheet than that, but that's really what this agenda item is. As I did note, we had to make some last minute changes to the retreat, and that means some of the topics that had been planned to be discussed Tuesday morning had to be set aside so we have the presidential conversation. Those topics will be taken up at the November board meeting. But so what kind of feedback do you guys have about the retreat? Was it pretty satisfactory, or would you like to see us do things quite differently?
I guess I could start real quickly, and then we can go to Anna. Since it was my first retreat, I don't have really anything to compare it to, but I really enjoyed the interaction with business and employers to try to give us a sense of what really works for them in terms of preparing our students for the future. So that was one aspect that I really enjoyed, that I want to compliment the staff on pulling that together. Trustee Cavanato.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. I think, again, that was also my first retreat, so I can't really put it in a longer context, but I thought that interacting with the local businesses and also with the school superintendents, and that was very insightful. I also thought that bringing Ben Cannon from HEC was excellent, and because he shared information that I thought was very valuable for us, particularly the trends in enrollment and stuff like that. So I thought that it was great, and the beer was good at the end of the day.
Yes,
so I
thank
think
you.
it was all good.
Trustee Cronin.
Yeah, my first retreat too. So not only as both Chris and Anna have stated, interacting with the folks that were invited, the local people, but I think it's important for us as trustees to be present in areas of our region that we aren't usually, and for our own understanding and knowledge, but also just to show that we value those relationships. And I had not really ever been to Boardman except to drive through, and I was just so very impressed with what was going on there in that community. And we need to hear how we can be part of things. So I like the idea, even though it's a huge, and compliments to the EOU staff who brought the entire technological department to our meeting. Huge undertaking, I understand that, but I think there's value there. So I appreciated that.
Trustee Stevens.
Sorry. I just like to echo what other people have said, and I'll just say that that was one of my third or fourth retreat. And I would say it was the best one as far as contact with the local people and hearing from them. So I thought it was really, really well done. And if we can model that, it would be great.
Thank you. This is, we have, well, the pandemic interrupted our usual plans as it is in so many contexts, but our practice has been to meet in a different county each time. And so far we haven't overlapped any counties. And increasingly when doing so, to try to connect up. And I really have to give credit to Trustee Johnson. The first time we did this, where we met with a lot of local movers and shakers and we heard across the board, was the Malheur County retreat, the Ontario retreat. And Trustee Johnson actually did a ton of work putting together panels. So in many ways, we sort of copied that model this time around. I also give a lot of credit to Pepper, who spent a lot of time on the phone getting speakers lined up. So thank you for that. But I'm glad to hear, I'm glad to hear that that's, people see that as a useful thing for us to continue doing. As we go forward with conversations, we run into questions about how far is too far. We had plans in 2020 to go to Haynes and Burns, and I'm not sure we're going to do that. But, and, you know, if we're going back to some places we haven't been for a few years, well, it's been a few years, or whether to try to do things that we have not done yet. So for instance, well, Trustee Reel, who's not here for this meeting, has mentioned in prior meetings that he sees a real opportunity for us for recruiting students, for instance, in the Tri-Cities. Well, if you look at where a lot of economic activity is going on in our region, a lot of economic growth, a lot of jobs, and consequently people, yeah, the Boise area, Tri-Cities area. Not inconceivable that we might try to schedule a retreat in one of those. That's certainly something that we're putting out there for consideration. But at the same time, the function would be to help the board get a sense of what the local education setting is, opportunities are, and connect up with local leaders. So that's usually what we try to do for usually the first day of the retreat. The second day of the retreat is typically focused on internal matters. What we try to do, well, what we've always done until this last meeting is conduct the board's discussion about its annual annual evaluation of the board's performance at the retreat. So that's the final step in that process. As I mentioned, this time that's going to get postponed to our November meeting. But we often, in that Tuesday morning component, will either have some strategic plan updates or some ethics, particularly training kind of things. And we'll probably follow that model in the coming year, unless there's a compelling reason to change the agenda again. Thank you very much then.
Yep. Anything else on this topic? Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And thank you for all your comments on the retreat. I thought it was a great orientation for us, and I look forward to the next one. All right, Tim, you're up a little bit to talk about new trustees and the opportunities that exist there.
Thank you, Chair Warner. I would be remiss if I didn't advocate for a retreat to be in John Day. Chris Cronin knows well that how much I enjoy going to John Day. I think it's a great place. We have great representation down there, and a lot of students and alumni in that area as well. Plus, they have a fantastic brew pub. Moving on, I know that's a huge recruitment factor for trustees as well. Where's the retreat going to be held? Speaking of recruitment, we have a couple of open positions. We're very delighted that Deidre is able to join us, who's just confirmed by the Senate and started her work as a student trustee here. So that's really great. And it's always an opportunity for us to think about what we're missing on the board, where the gaps that need to be filled. We do have lists of folks whom we're reaching out to and having conversations with around serving on the Board of Trustees. But also, as Richard mentioned earlier, and we discussed a little bit, the process may change, but that shouldn't affect anything that we do now or going into the future in terms of how we go about soliciting names, identifying potential individuals who would be good to serve on this governing board. What are the qualities that we're looking for? So since some of you are new, we put a little bit more into the staff cover sheet, just to give you an idea of how that process works. As I am saying to a lot of people, this is a both and process. It's an open-ended process. Anybody can go and submit their name. If there are names submitted, so far the governor's office has at least reached out to us, or we've seen names get submitted and say, Chris might come down and say, do you know this person? And occasionally we have no idea who they are. Sometimes folks do go into a system and just start, applying for boards and commissions to add it to their resumes, just to see if they get a nod there. But then also we go out and solicit names. Internally, that's a conversation that we have with shared governance, and we put it out on our own internal lists of Infoline and some of our other email lists, and then solicit names. We do receive those names. Oftentimes, Chris or myself, or both of us, chat with that person to talk about what it means to serve on the Board of Trustees, the time commitment, the expectations, the ethos. And then help them many times go through the process of applying if they just don't know. For like a student, it's sometimes a little awkward. You're not sure what to put on their resume. I don't have a resume. What should I put in there instead? What should my statement be like when I have my 30 seconds or 1 minute to talk about why I want to serve on the board in front of the Senate committee? What do I say? There's a little bit of a process there. And then once they become a member of the Board of Trustees, there's the onboarding. I think it's always good if you have names to you can let really any of the myself, one of the co-presidents, Secretary Burford or Chair Martin know that here's a name I'd like to submit. Probably the touchiest area around this is it's not an open process. It's not a vote. It's not a popularity vote. It's not like you're running for a public position. And so it can be awkward to discuss names in an open meeting around those folks who've been nominated or may not know that their names are being nominated, but also to be selecting them and pushing forth names that may not be selected by the governor, who ultimately gets to choose who to nominate for the trustee position. I think it's important to note that it's not exactly, as maybe some of you already know, it's not exactly the easiest thing. And there's not a long line of folks who are just looking to jump onto our boards. It's not an issue that we experience specifically at Eastern. This is an issue for other boards and commissions and other institutional boards and commissions as well. That is a very important role, but it does take someone who has a passion for the organization or the institution and the things that we do here, and somebody that's willing to commit the time and effort that goes into serving as a member of the Board of Trustees, because it's not just a show up and get your chicken lunch and, or in this case, pasta lunch for today, and then sit and listen to a bunch of folks. You do need to do some reading up ahead of time and be ready to go. And there's some significant issues that we address as an organization. So that's a general overview of the trustee recruitment process. And I think the issue right now that we're working on is finding folks who are coming up for the next iteration of nominations that will go forward, which would be under a new governor. And right now, the current governor is asking us for numerous names, and they're really focused on diversity on our boards. That could all change within a few weeks, or at least in a month or so. But regardless, I think that there's an important factor that we all consider, and that's that as we find or identify names of folks who could serve as trustees now or in the next couple of years, it doesn't have to be somebody who can start serving tomorrow. It can be somebody who, in a year or so would be a great candidate, is that we contact and have communications with them and visit with them as possible. And that's something that I'm really happy that Richard and Richard Law are in a co-presidency, because now I can get Richard to help me do a little bit more of this work. So I can stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Tim? Trustee Mabit.
Oh, thank you. Do we have a profile of candidates that you think we should be recruiting? So I would presume we want to see social and economic and ethnic diversity, as well as people coming from different sectors of the workforce.
So yes, we have essentially kind of a matrix that we're looking for. And as you think about your own board position and the colleagues around the table of, do we have folks from business, education, healthcare, and that's been something we always try to take a look at. It's not just the random assertion. Go ahead.
Is that something you can share with us?
Yeah, I think we can share the outline.
That'd be great. Just because I was thinking more in terms of, at least the last moment I fleeted through my head about different industry that is prevalent in Eastern Oregon. So I don't see anybody from farming or forestry industry on our board. Chair Martin who is that? Oh, she's a rancher. I would put you in a different, yeah, right. So, but it is, no. So we're such a natural resource dependent economy. Just wondering if that is a particular sector profile that we might be interested
Absolutely,
in.
yeah.
Okay. Irrigated agriculture. I mean, there are the kind of irrigated agriculture in the part of the state where I come from is a lot different than it is here, or in a lot different in Malheur County. The skill set that they would bring and the employees are looking for, their connections, et cetera, could be just could be different. So.
Yes, and in all of those cases where the board's been pretty clear, they're looking for folks who can see things at that governance level, that higher level, and what they bring, they obviously bring a passion for education and higher education. And then we also look at making sure, making sure we don't get too many people from one specific area or, region of the state. And we've even talked a lot more about how do we expand, our reach. And we certainly have a lot of alumni and a lot of people who are passionate about outside of Eastern Oregon. I've been approached by individuals from the coast who have connections with us. Obviously, Chair Warner is from the Portland area, although he grew up in Baker City. We have folks from Central Oregon who've expressed interest as well. So the idea that we're not geographically isolated into one area, but also we pay attention to that. We don't forget it either, because I think it is important that we show that we are Oregon's rural university, that we're a regional university. We do serve our region, but our region also and our rural can go to smaller communities in Southwest Oregon or outside of the state many times. And many of the other institutions are doing the same thing, as they're looking for really good trustees who can serve, and then leveraging the hybridization that we now experience with meetings these days, where they can bring people in if they're out of state or a long distance away, to try to find those mid-level people who are potentially not just out of retired or have a lot of flexibility themselves, but those mid-level professionals who say, that's great, I'd like to be there. Can't take a half day or a day to travel there, but I can certainly participate. And we do that with the foundation and the Alumni Association extensively, and it works pretty well.
Additional questions for Tim? Right. Oh,
I was just going to follow up a little bit on what Tim was saying. Some of us have been here forever. But I totally understand that viewpoint. I also think it's important when we do have more localized trustee members, that they are close by so they can attend some of the functions here at the university. And it does make a good connection to our university. So there is that important aspect of it as well.
Sure.
And it's
ahead, George.
probably a little bit selfish or aligned at least to some values that I have, but they have to love EOU. I mean, that's a big deal too. They have to care about this institution and want it to thrive and do everything that they can to help it. That's a big value for me.
Well said. Thank you. Anyone else? Tim, thank you so much.
Thank you. If you have names, please let us know.
All right. The next item is overview of the enhanced trustee orientation. Chris?
Thank you, Chair Warner. So trustee orientation is always a factor in making successful trustees and a successful board. In recent years, there's been, to my perspective anyway, a surprising amount of interest in trustee orientation at the statewide political level. Some of the inquiries that it went into, some of the things being discussed in Senator Dembro's committee, some of the things that went into the discussions last year around regulations of boards, actually go into discussions about, well, what are trustees being trained on and who's training them? So there's statewide concern around that to some degree. And then also, frankly, for the last 3 or 4 years, I think there's been various trustees on this board have raised concerns about the degree of training that's being done in orientation for trustees. So for a variety of reasons, and then of course, we have had a pretty significant turnover in the makeup of the board itself, which really emphasizes the need to, let's make sure we're covering the basics here. So had pretty strong motivation this summer to come up with a more standardized and defined and rigorous and available orientation process. As you see from the cover sheet, I sort of summarize the things that we've always done, but we don't have a board statement or an orientation. We don't have, it's just things that happened, some that we just always do, and so we know to do them. Some of them are ad hoc. So I did develop this in July, I think June and July, worked up this document that's linked to your cover sheet on trustee orientation topics. And the idea is that it's basically a continuous loop of orientation. We have trustees joining, despite the fact that terms are for 2 or 4 years and they are supposed to all start in July. The fact is we fairly often have people resigning midterm. And so we have trustees joining at irregular intervals. And the idea is that this was my sense and the few people I talked to in putting together that this is kind of the key things to cover. And you do it for 2 hours at a time. You do it 4 times a year. And at the end of the year, you've kind of covered those materials. And you have it at a set time when trustees are gathering anyway, so people don't have to make a special trip. And if trustees who've been on the board a long time want to check in and get a refresher on something or just simply see what's going on or interact in the process, they can be there too. So that's how we designed it. It's basically for 2 hours before the start, in the morning before the start of each regular board meeting. And we sort of, so, and then we basically arrange the topics the way they're described in that attachment. So we did our first one of these at our August retreat, covered essentially these very sort of fundamental things. So, you know, what is EOU, what's it doing, how did it get here, and what are the sort of legal foundations for both the university and the board. And that was 2 hours. And I don't know, maybe some of you found it a little dull at times, but it seemed like we every once in a while I hear people ask pretty fundamental questions like, well, what is the statewide strategy for universities? Why do they have them? Well, you know, there's a statute on that. And you can listen to Ben Cannon and heck talk for hours about it, but there's actually about, 25 words that encapsulate it pretty well. So I wanted to cover that at that meeting. And then the one we're going to have in November, it really sort of focuses now, moves to the next level of detail where we're talking about how the board itself functions and how, what are sort of the lines of authority within the university, starting with the board, the president, how the president interacts with the various divisions, and then also the accountability for performance as measured by the strategic plan and how that's implemented. In February, we're going to talk more about how the president's office is conducted, how the president runs his or her business, and actually get into more detail about what each of the major divisions of the university do. You hear reports from them, you go to committee meetings, but we're just going to do an overview, and you'll hear from each of those vice presidents is the plan. And then finally, at the May meeting, we'll answer those questions about shared governance, how shared governance fit in sort of an overlay with all of these other activities, how does student government interact, and how does the board and the university manage its relations on the external side. And I'm sure there's a couple hours worth of conversation there. So that's the plan. Quite a few of you were present for the first quarter of it. And I'm interested in any feedback or thoughts, questions you have about it.
Thank you, Chris. Thoughts you'd like to share?
Yeah, I would just say,
President.
I've been to training that you've given in the past, Chris, where you just read a board policy. And that wasn't good. But you did a good job on this training session. I thought it was interactive and informative, and I appreciate how you put it together. And then I would just also mention it's possible some of what comes out of that governance work group will revolve around training, including the possibility of at least one training by the state regarding the responsibilities of the board to the state.
Thank you. Additional comments? Trustee Cronin.
Well, I've always been a person that felt like I need a lot of training. So I've embraced the opportunity to learn and grow. And so I appreciate that this is a plan. I think that's a good thing. I also appreciate that it's being distributed over the year, because it would be really a lot to absorb in a whole, half a day or day. So I like that. And I don't know if many of you are probably aware that there's a bill that it's probably going to be submitted, some kind of a mandatory school board training bill that is probably going to be proposed for again in this long session. But I think that we should all want to be the best board members that we can be. And that means I won't retain all of this, but I'll know where to go to look for it, and I'll know it exists. So I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Additional comments?
I actually have a question for the trustees. I thank you for that. I appreciate it. We have the board website. I could bring it up and share it and walk through it if you like, but I think obviously you guys are accessing it right now. That of course is a resource. All the board statements and resolutions are there. Pretty much everything that's been presented to every board meeting is there, absent things that are in executive session or sort of last minute handouts. How in practical terms, how accessible is that to trustees? Is it practical when you've got a question to go on there and hunt around for an answer, or is it easier, frankly, to pick up the phone and ask me or shoot me an email? I'm just trying to measure its value as a tool. And part of the context for this is we will probably do a refreshing of the webpage in the next year or two. And certainly the professionals on web design say, oh, this is pretty clunky. So I'm interested in feedback on that as well.
Any feedback on the website?
Do you use the website?
I was gonna say, frankly, I cannot provide feedback because I haven't really looked at, other than looking at the profiles of the other trustees so that I know the background. I haven't really looked. And I mean, it probably is a good idea to have some effort, frequently ask the questions or something like that. But practically speaking, I would imagine that if each of us or any of us had a particular question, Chris, we probably would come to you with an email or a phone call or something like that, because I can imagine that the website can never be comprehensive. Many questions are specific to a specific, a context or something. So, but I mean, it's good to have the website and the profiles and all of that. And also, the press releases so that the people are always aware of what the board is doing or what the position of the board is on a specific topic. That's very valuable. But I can imagine, I mean, the training it's really extensive. It's not something that you can encompass in a website. I just cannot see that. But yeah. The other aspect that I was thinking about the training, for me, I would say it's easy to step in this position because I have 30 years of knowledge of EOU, but I just cannot imagine someone that comes from, the outside, even if they have been a student here. It's just a really difficult, I would imagine, to understand, all the programs that are available and how we operate and all of that. So I don't know how you come up to speed about that. It's just probably asking a lot of questions of others or of you, or, it's just like a constant learning curve, it seems to me. So we can only attempt to train, but it's ongoing. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. I guess what I would share is when I was initially appointed to the board and up until the first meeting, I spent a ton of time on the website trying to get up to speed. I haven't use it as much, but I probably should. But no, for me, initially, it was a great tool.
Thanks. One of the things, oh, go ahead.
No.
One of the things I did mention in the cover sheets, we try to have multiple ways of providing people with information. One of the ones is we do try to set up new trustees with mentors of current trustees. I was a little self-conscious writing that this time around because we have a couple new trustees who haven't gotten mentors yet. And that's simply because of frankly, all the other stuff that's had to go on in August and September of this year. But I've been talking, Chair Martin has been talking to me about that, and I think we're going to get that taken care of pretty soon. Excellent, excellent. All right, thanks.
Any other questions on this topic? All right, we will move to the next topic, which is Chris, you're up again, and election of the vice chair.
Certainly, I'm not sure how much conversation or question folks have on this topic, but I wanted to at least put it out there in case there were questions. As you know from looking at the cover sheet and the quoted sections of the bylaws, we have a pretty straightforward process for electing either the chair or the vice chair. Every November meeting, one or the other is appointed to a two-year term. This time it's a little unusual because we had to have an interim appointment just last month, but to fill out a term that's going to end in November. So that's just the way the process is working. And yes, so we're now in the standard process where 6 weeks ahead of time, I send out notice, invitation for nominations, and then the deadline for people to send that is 2 weeks before the board meeting, which is today. And as of so far, I've received 2 nominations for our current vice chair. So I don't know that we'll get any others. And if we don't, then it will be a pretty straightforward process at the November meeting of simply having a vote on that appointment. The process is set up so that if there are multiple nominees, we can have a real vote on that. That said, I think it works pretty well having a person who people essentially acknowledge will be doing something. So that's how it is right now. And if you have any questions about it, just let me know.
Any questions for Chris on this? Great. Well, will be next meeting, then we'll move forward with that.
Yes, it will be on the agenda for the board meeting.
Super.
Right at the beginning.
All right. And the next subject is something we touched on a little bit earlier, but the annual board performance questionnaire. So Chris, you want to take that one?
Yes, thank you. So this is something that's in board statement number 8. Board statement number 8 describes the process by which the board evaluates its own performance. There's most years it's an annual evaluation. Periodically there's a comprehensive evaluation. This coming year will be an annual evaluation. And so over the years, this committee has developed a questionnaire, which I included in the materials. It has, I think, 17 questions that you answer on a Likert scale. You have opportunity to provide comments on any particular question. And then the 18th question is sort of a catch-all, provide comments that you, as they suit. And the cover sheet sort of describes the process of refinement over the most recent few years, where we've made it a little more user-friendly. People are able to complete parts of it, save it, and come back later. People get an acknowledgement when they've completed it, so they know it's done and it's been received. And the best news, I think, about the completion of the questionnaire is that although for many years we had a descending completion rate, year after year, fewer trustees actually filled out the questionnaire. This last year we had 100% completion rate. And so I'm hopeful that we'll have more consistent performance in that regard. Anyway, the questionnaire answers are then produced into it's through SurveyMonkey, so we get a report that then goes to the chair. The chair, and there are graphs that sort of trends and answers. The chair develops a report that's then sent to the trustees, usually in advance of the board retreat. This time it'll be in your materials for the November board meeting, sort of highlighting the key themes, things that stand, if there's particular answers that indicate a divergence of viewpoint or a problem arising on the board, then that'll get some more discussion, as will areas where it looks like the board's pretty pleased with itself, to put it indelicately. So that's the process, and it starts with a questionnaire. And the fundamental question here is that in order for the board to adopt a questionnaire in May, it's helpful for them to see it in February, particularly if on the off chance they would want to make changes to it. And that would actually mean this committee either acting at this meeting or the next one to approve the questionnaire that would go to the board in May, in February and then May. And I do recommend this year at least essentially retaining the same form. If the committee, and I realize there's a significant change in membership, so the committee may want to feel this way, it wants to sort of revisit fundamentals about the form, we could do that this year with the idea of implementing that the following year. But the way the schedule works, in terms of the form people will get in May or June of next year, the window for making changes is pretty short.
Thank you. Any discussion of that?
So I just want a clarification. So this is just an internal let's say self-evaluation of the board. Does not go out to the campus community to find out how the campus perceives the board work. Is there any of that ever done?
No.
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 Has the board considered that?
It is something this committee has discussed in the distant past. It's not something that's come up in recent years.
It seems to me that would be very important for the board to receive feedback from the campus community. I mean, how does the community perceives the work of the board? And I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking because it seems to me that would be a very important input, much like we are asked to evaluate the work of the president. We probably should also request feedback from the campus community and their perception of how we operate.
Well, I think you've hit on an important point. It would be feedback about perception. If you look at the kinds of questions we're talking about in the questionnaire, they go to performance of sort of identified professional standards for how boards conduct their business, ethical standards, that kind of thing, measures of performance that people not actually engaged in the process, they wouldn't really have answers to those questions.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really a question about whether you would want to have additional information more around that sort of perception, reputation kind of thing. It's certainly something we could discuss.
To think through. I'm just thinking that there should be a mechanism in some fashion to be evaluated, because ultimately we serve the campus community, but it's something that we can discuss in the future.
Certainly.
Yeah, sure. And the best way to get that feedback from the campus community, we can think that through. So I just had a question. So I want to understand that the questionnaire that we were sent out, that was one we got 100%, all of us answered last time. To me, it makes sense to maybe do that again without changing, just to see kind of the consistency, to see if we are, staying on course. And instead of it's hard to compare the two if there's different questions. So I don't know, at least my thought would be to do the same one again, just to see exactly how we are answering the same questions over a different period of time. So that's my thought.
Well, this is one where it's an action item. I'm hoping that the committee would be willing to pass a motion to recommend this questionnaire to the board.
Any more discussion on that?
Are you looking for an action item to recommend the same questionnaire? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd make a motion that we recommend the same questionnaire for board adoption.
Trustee Mabbott moved it,
Second it?
and Trustee Stevens seconded it. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Hi.
Any opposed, say nay. The opinion of the chair, it passed. So thank you so much for that motion and that second.
Thank you. We're down to our.
All right,
our last
final item,
topic.
recommendations from the AGB report on board governance. So Chris, you're up again.
Thank you. Well, prior to this agenda item 11, you've heard multiple references to both Senator Denver's committee and this AGB report. As I mentioned in the staff cover sheet, there was actually a bill before the legislature, since I think a couple years ago now, that had I think certainly to me, and I think others who looked at it, some fairly shocking provisions. There was certainly a perspective in some areas that boards were out of control and needed regulation, and that this opened this whole line of inquiry. And the history of that is that the board secretaries reached an agreement with the Senate committee to institute particular best practices pretty much uniformly across the universities in order to avoid that bill being considered. And for most of the universities, that wasn't very difficult to think, because they were things we were doing already for the most part. And there was, in my recollection, one thing we had not been doing that we instituted and that was posting all of your email addresses on the webpage. Before then, anyone who wanted to contact trustees just had to contact board at EOU, and it went through that mechanism. But the other practices were all ones we were doing. That has not been the end of the conversation, as you've already heard. But the next step in it was that the legislature actually hired AGB, which is the professional organization that we get all our advice from, to conduct an evaluation of how the university boards were performing their work. And the idea was that the boards had been up in place for about 7 years. It's time to just sort of see how well this experiment's working. And that generated the report that's linked to your materials there from AGB to the legislature. And the report, I think from the standpoint of a board secretary and from boards overall, if you read through the narrative of that report, and many of you have been on the board for a while, have had a chance to have multiple chances to look at this already, it's a pretty positive evaluation of the university boards. And I think it's hard to avoid a conclusion that the way this has been set up is better than any of the alternatives that were available, or frankly, or that are ones that are being proposed right now. At the same time, there's always room for improvement, and AGB did provide a list of 12 recommendations for ways in which that boards should look at for implementing their work, as well as a list of recommendations to the state. And some of those recommendations to the state are things that would be, I think would not get a lot of support from the boards. So both lists are noteworthy and will have some role, I think, in ongoing politics around these topics. So we had at our May meeting, we discussed the 12 recommendations. I'm going to pull up my copy, sorry. Well, I actually got it here. Yeah, for boards, and I think if I recall from looking at the minutes, we got through the first three. Uh, so, and since then, we've had some turnover on this committee. So I wanted to have a little time today to kind of reconnect the committee members with this topic and have some further discussion. Let me pull up mine here. About it. I can share my screen here and bring it up. Yeah. Come on. Tim, could you click that for us on this? Or yeah, thank you, President Moore, for fixing our screen. There we go. So these are the recommendations. I'm gonna try to move this off of here. That's better. So this first one, developing board culture and creating a governance committee. I think we can just check that box. It's been the ongoing work of this committee, as I've mentioned earlier on. The second, developing enhanced institutional orientation for new board members. And so we've certainly discussed that some today already. But these other recommendations, there's sort of things we do as well. Opportunities to meet members of the general student body. As you're probably aware, we recently changed the structure of our board meetings. So instead of having all-day meetings, each of our meetings is broken into 2 half-days in order to have an evening event, which typically would involve opportunities to do things with students, attend activities going on campus, and that sort of thing. We have not followed the recommendation about union representatives, and I'll just say some of the discussion around that, I think, doesn't always reflect the sort of the nature of the relationship between unions and governance. Moving on to the third one. So learning sessions as part of the board meeting agenda, and where you can focus in on issues of strategic importance to the board. Frankly, we've been doing this for years. When we had all-day sessions, we typically scheduled an event in the afternoon immediately after lunch to go view facilities, meet with people around campus. Brad, I recall you liked when we went to the residence halls and sort of saw what that experience was like. We've been taking trustees to the Multicultural Center. We've taken them to the chemistry lab a few years ago. So this is also an activity that we really have been doing. We can always talk about, how to enhance it or change it, but that's sort of where we've been at. Next, this periodic. Okay, so this is an interesting, yes. This is one that we really have not been doing very much of, which is doing outreach to the university community at large about the role of the board. I find when I go to shared governance events or have conversations with folks, there's often a real lack of understanding of what the board's job is and how it does it, despite the fact that these meetings are public meetings, people attend in person, or view on live stream. And I had, in fact, on my work plan for the year, at least as conceived of in July, I was actually going to do a bit of a roadshow and go to shared governance and other places around campus to talk about the role of the board. Some things happened at the end of July, early August that have sort of re-scrambled my schedule. And so I've kind of taken that off the table for this year. But I do think this is a year in which people have been reawakened to an understanding of the significance of the board since, and that will become clear even more as the year goes on and the process of selecting the president unrolls. That said, this is still something I think is a worthy task to pursue in the future. And then let's move on here to number 5, if you guys are all right with that. All right, openness and respect for the voices of internal stakeholders. So Trustee Cavanato just said, well, your evaluation process doesn't actually avoid the voices of internal stakeholders. So that's perhaps a thing we can consider. On the other hand, a lot of this, and if you read the AG report in more detail, partly it's about formal things, having people on the agenda. So for instance, we have always had on the agendas for our regular board meetings, standing reports from shared governance and from ASEOU. And we do we do schedule a fair bit of informal time. We could certainly talk about how to expand or do that differently the way we have. And I'll pause there because I've gone through about 5 things pretty quickly and just see, other than my opinion about it, what the committee's opinion might be about some of these topics.
Yeah, just one quick comment that in that state work group, one of the biggest stumbling blocks has been even the participants in that work group did not understand what the job of the board was. Somebody might say, well, I think the board should mow the front lawn every week, so I think you make 2 good points, Chris, in educating the university about what is the job of the board. And then once there's a good understanding of that, I think some good input could be given back from the university community to the board about what their job is. Thank you.
Trustee Martin.
Chris, I know all of our meetings are broadcast out to the whole community of here at university. Is that the norm as you've listened to AGB talk about stuff? I think it's a great service that we give to the whole university community, that they can always be listening to our board discussions and understanding the depth of what we do. And I just wondered if that's the norm, or are we just above the pack again?
I mostly talk to fellow board secretaries in Oregon about that. And what I can say is there's a curve, and we're somewhere in the middle of it. At least one of our sister institutions has recorded every board meeting and has an archive of those recordings on a webpage. Anyone can go see whatever year there it is. Another one of our fellow institutions has never recorded a board meeting and is determined to never do so. So we have our own history of sort of stumbling toward this, adopting different approaches at different times. I think the approach that we've settled on, and that is now written into board statement number 1, seems to work pretty well, which is that the recording of the meeting is up until the next meeting happens, and then it comes down. So we're not keeping a multi-year archive, but so just in case, frankly, you say something that really embarrasses yourself, it will have a shelf life. On the other hand, within the period of time that people might be reasonably wanting to know what did they talk about at that meeting, particularly as you're getting ready for the next one, in addition to the published minutes and that sort of thing, we do have that up.
Trustee Mavitt.
Just for clarification though, Chris, you archive those internally, correct? So if somebody filed a Freedom of Information Act, you could share that.
Actually, we do not. We do not.
But we do have minutes.
Yeah, we
archive.
rely on the minutes for the long-term record.
So we are at time.
Yes.
I guess the one question, maybe Tim can help on this. So there's these recommendations that came to the legislature. Do we anticipate that there will be some action by the legislature in terms of adopting these, or what is the status of that?
Right now, the work group is still meeting. Those recommendations will be distilled down into some straw proposals that we're expecting Senator Dembo to present up at the next work group meeting, gather input from that, then it'll probably develop into an actual bill that will move forward.
Thank you.
Yes, we do have another meeting wanting to come into this room in the next 10 minutes. So I'll wrap this up now, and I'll just say we'll resume at number 6 at our January meeting. If we get through this list, we might go through the list of recommendations for the state as well.
Thank you. Any other comments before we close this governance committee meeting? Thank you so much for your patience with me in my first sharing a meeting. So if there's nothing else, then we are adjourned until November.
Until January.
Until January. Thanks.
Well, folks, it's 2 p.m. Let's begin. Welcome to the first meeting of the 2022-2023 academic year, the first meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee of the Eastern Oregon University. I'm Bill Johnson. I don't know everybody here. I know a few people that are here, but I don't know everybody that's here. I call to order. We should begin with some set of announcements to begin with. Jordan, would you like to give us a couple announcements that may be pertinent? Thank you, Jordan. Now I'm going to ask you to pay attention to your own announcement and move to the microphone because I need you to do a little more, and it'd be good if it was transmitted versus that microphone. Jordan, would you commence with a roll call of the members of the committee? Just the tabletop. That'll work. That'll be easier for you.
Okay, to begin the roll call, Bill Johnson.
I am present.
Laura Moore,
Present.
George Mendoza. Oh, okay. In the hallway. Anna Cavanado.
Present.
Cedric Reel.
Present.
Tamara Mabbitt.
Here.
Richard Shaws.
Present.
Maurizio Valerio. And Chris Burford.
I'm not a committee member.
And is Deidre considered a member of our committee at this point?
No, Deidre has not been, well, actually, yes, you are, because you've been confirmed by the Senate.
She's been
Sorry.
confirmed,
Yeah,
and I believe that she's going to be a member of this committee.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
one more for you.
I apologize. Can you, what's your name? Deidre
And
Cyber?
Deidre, you go ahead and use the mic. It will take a long time to get used to.
I'm Deidre Schreiber.
Schreiber.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the roll call, Jordan. And Jordan, do we have any other announcements or comments?
At this time, I do not believe that we have received requests for remote or in-person comments. And then to provide access to the public has been invited to attend in person or through the live stream. Mr. Chairman, that concludes today's housekeeping announcements.
Great work, Jordan. Way to start our year. And it is going to be a year, an interesting year. For me personally, this will be my last year as a trustee. So the horizon's in sight, to either get things done well or to go away with regrets. Let's hope we can make progress on some very important issues. I'm very enthusiastic to chair this committee. I have chaired and participated in other committees with the trustees before. We all say the students are most important. Well, this is where we prove it. Okay, this is where we get to the very specific issues that can and should make a very real difference in this campus. This is the largest committee that meets. We have a broad range of issues we need to address. As trustees, please dive in hard to try to understand what you need to do as you contribute to the work of the committee. To those that come before the committee, I'd like to repeat a challenge I've said before. We really don't need a dog and pony show here. If you're just here to tell us things, just email it. That'll be fine. Don't make an appearance. We have better things to do. Please come to this committee, yes, to educate us, to prepare us, but come to us looking for decisions. You may not think that you need help on an issue. That's probably because you're not being bold and aggressive enough with your ideas and your proposals, because this committee can work with the Board of Trustees to do some interesting, challenging things. But those interesting ideas all start here and they get hashed out here. And so again, come to this committee with an agenda for what you need from the committee. I'd be glad to work with people in advance if they need to do a better job identifying that and working out what we're going to get done in this meeting. But let's come here with a purpose for the time we spend before the trustees, so then we can make some forward progress that the trustees can actually contribute to, as opposed to simply watching the traffic go by on the side of the road. Okay, and with that opening statement, it's time for us to start with our agenda. We do have one item on our consent agenda. Is there any objection to the item that's on the consent agenda today? Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Mendoza.
Second.
And I have a second from Trustee Cavanagh. Thank you. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Very well. Moving on. It's time for something interesting. Dean Heiniger, would you please spend a few minutes with us talking about accounting? Accounting is interesting, right?
Yes. I'm going to take dog and pony out first. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. What was that again?
Let's say Henninger and get it right this time, shall we?
That's close. Henninger. We're here to present our proposal for a master's in accounting degree, which we hope that the committee will approve of. When we went to develop this master's degree, which was part of the Learning House contract, was also before that was also on our minds as to where we would take our accounting program next. If you've followed our undergraduate accounting program, it's done extremely well since we revised it in 2019. It's grown at about 30% rate for the first 2 years. So we now have almost 200 students in the program. So we're doing very well. We've had to hire additional faculty. And now we thought the next logical step is to produce a master's in accounting. So how did we come up with this idea? The first thing was, well, there's a lot of master's in accountings out there. And so we thought, would we just duplicate what everyone else is doing and hope that they'll come to us? We decided, no, that was probably not the best thing to do. We certainly wanted to align it with our mission. And the mission here is a regional university, but we serve a rural and regional population. So let's keep that in mind when we decide what our accounting program will look like. Certainly one of the things that our program would do would provide those additional hours for someone who is interested in being eligible to sit for the CPA exam. And so we had to keep that in mind, that we'd make sure that we provided that information that they would be necessary for them to be eligible and also be able to have the content they needed. We also want to make sure our program is current relevant. So we developed an advisory committee with our undergraduate and started talking about to them about what this master's degree could look like and where we see some shortages in terms of where the demand is for accountants in the future. And finally, we decided we wanted not just create any program, but something that would be distinctive to EOU. So as we researched what was going on in the field, certainly accounting is still in high demand. But the question became where and what type of accounting. We could certainly just say, well, let's just do more financial accounting, which will have that option for someone to do. But we also know that there's a very large turnover coming in government and nonprofit accounting, which in our area, if we talk to some of our accountants, which we have on board, they have been serving this smaller regions and regional markets for government agencies, nonprofits, and public organizations that really do a lot of nonprofit and government accounting. And so we decided we would provide that as somewhat of a focus, a unique focus to our program, because we have a lot of background in that. We have faculty that are qualified at, and we also have some adjuncts that are very highly qualified in that area. So as we put all this together, you'll see in front of you a proposal that has a lot of focus on a certain particular aspect of accounting, and that's government and nonprofit accounting. I'm going to ask Ashley Walker to come forward and turn on her mic and tell you how exciting accounting can be. I'll let you know, I was an accounting major for 3 years until I came to my senses and switched.
So in speaking with our advisory board, we found out that there's a huge gap in governmental and nonprofit accounting. So most even undergraduate accounting programs don't address the topic at all. And EOU is kind of unique in that we at least offer one class in our undergraduate accounting program that covers that topic. My accounting program didn't even do that, and I like to think I had a pretty good accounting education. But figuring out that that was going to be a huge gap. And so with the great retirement that we're expecting, we're seeing our advisory board members who are mostly practicing CPAs in the region said, we don't have anybody to audit government. So the state depends on auditors, and to not have students that are coming out with that sort of background and are expected to just learn it, that's not happening. And we're expecting that this is going to continue to be a problem. And the state of Oregon is going to be seeing a huge problem. So we said and our faculty at the time, Brooke Stout, and then Tanya and myself all have at least some sort of government nonprofit experience in our backgrounds. And so we said, this looks like a place that we can build something. So that was how we approached it. And we have essentially built this program from scratch and worked really hard on it. So it's going to take a lot of work to implement it, but we're excited about it. We think there's going to be we're hoping there's a huge demand, but we expect that we would be surprised if there's not.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the presenters? Mr. Mendoza.
Not so much a question, but more of a applause. Coming from I'll just say a public government world. A year and a half ago, I had to replace our business manager, and of the 11 or 12 applicants that we received, only one had any governmental accounting. So that was a big concern for us back then, and it's been a concern, I'd say, for other entities that I've discussed with as well. And you're being very responsive to that need. And I would speculate that in rural areas or rural regions, it is a need to have that type of accounting background, especially for social or governmental agencies. So thank you for doing that.
For those who aren't familiar, it is a different world. To operate in fund accounts and other things. It's not,
yes.
I've seen business managers hired as strictly CPAs and come in and say, wow, this is that class I had when I was an undergraduate that I did not like.
Well, even my first job working at WSU I worked for the Small Business Development Center that was operated through Washington State University. I got the budget and there was encumbrances. I had never heard of an encumbrance, and I have a master's degree with a concentration in accounting, and it was like I have absolutely no clue what this is, and so it was trial by fire for me. So if we can keep our students from experiencing that, I would love it. So
I'm going to ask Tanya Kozler to come up. She's been over 20 years in accounting experience, and she just joined us a year ago, and she's done a lot of work with nonprofits.
Getting it from both sides. Yes, I just like to reiterate what these two were saying. I also I actually graduated from here, and I did have one nonprofit and governmental class, and it was awful, quite frankly. I didn't understand it. My master's also, we did not have any kind of government or nonprofit. And then I started in public accounting, and one of the major companies that we audit are government and nonprofit, unless you get into security and exchange. And so again, trial by fire. The employers are actually teaching you what fund accounting is, and it is so different than general accounting. So for, again, talking to the advisory board, our advisory board is made up of public accounting companies. It's made up of governmental agencies, and every one of them said, yes, please educate. So there's definitely a need there.
So we're not proposing more of awful, if that's what you heard.
Other questions for our presenters? Trustee Riel.
I was just curious. So maybe I missed it, but on some of these, when we've been talking about maybe adding new programs, I've seen clearly like a little bit more on how much more faculty we're expecting to need or something? What do we see with this program as far as how much would existing faculty be tackling some of the load, and what would we expect? And then I guess a follow-up to that, when that's also being answered, is I went through our MBA program here. And, you know, from the student perspective, there were some classes that were really good and I felt challenged. And there were some classes that weren't so good and I didn't feel very challenged. And I won't just, if we're adding a new program, which I would fully be in support of this, I mean, it sounds good. How do we make sure we're getting the right people?
Well, first of all, we lost one, and we're sorry for your experience in the MBA program. Obviously, you didn't pay attention. No, I'm kidding. First of all, it is a little more difficult find. I agree with that. We can find a CPA, but certainly we're out searching right now to replace one faculty member we lost, and we're also proposing hiring a new one as well. So we're also anticipating the demand because the undergraduate's already pretty large demand. And as they know, they've been overtaxed as well as our adjuncts. So we definitely need to replace, but we're also going to hire an individual to help with the master's degree as well. Our adjuncts, we have 2 of them that already work directly in government and nonprofit accounting who helped us advise us on some of these classes too. So I think we're in good shape in terms of staffing, and we're going to have a lot of expertise bringing to this program. One thing you'll note is if you look at the list of classes, even though you're not in accounting, this is a hard program. Not awful, but it is difficult. But when you come out, there are plenty of opportunities. And as we mentioned, the what they call it, the great retirement is occurring, and particularly in government and nonprofit jobs. And so there's going to be a lot of opportunities for our graduates too. So, and our advisory committee, as they mentioned, was overwhelmingly supportive of this idea, because if you look across the country, there's plenty of master's degrees in accounting that prepare you to sit for the CPA exam. Right now, there is only one in the country that even hints at targeting towards government and nonprofit accounting, and that's in New Jersey, which no one goes there anyhow. So,
for what it's worth, my son is in New Jersey. Thank you.
all right, so one person went there.
I'd like to add also, if an individual does not want to focus on the nonprofit and government side of it, we do have other courses that they can get their kind of their basic master's in accounting if they don't want that focus.
Trustee Mavitt.
Thank you. It sounds like a promising program. Can you tell me how this might complement some of the community outreach and service that the REV program is doing with our small communities in the region? I'll just, I got the blank stare, sorry. I didn't want to stump the question today. So I'm really excited. I didn't appreciate it when I read through the agenda as much as I do after listening to you. So compliments for that. I continue to sing the praises of the REV program because I'm a public sector employee in my 32nd year. I work for a small county, but my experience with the small cities, there's a huge demand for this skill set, huge demand. And I think it could have a lot of potential to complement some of the work that the REV program's either doing now or could be doing.
I understand, and I know a lot of our projects will be for nonprofits and for cities, so there's certainly some potential. The program is all online, which would complicate some things a bit, though. So,
I had a question. The pro forma shows us having 8 students the first year, 23, then 42, and kind of settling there at that number. How does that compare with our undergraduate enrollment in our accounting program? Are we assuming undergraduates would tend to track towards this program, or is there a different audience that's going to be enrolling?
both. We're certainly have our undergraduate program is set up right now where they will need additional credits to be eligible to sit for a CPA exam. Right now, they have an option to pursue a concentration in the undergraduate, but they would benefit more from pursuing this degree. So certainly we'll be talking that up to our undergraduate students. And since it's online, they can go out, start working and come back and do it. We do also think, though, it's going to attract a different kind of student who's looking to get in this typical field, which is in high demand. There's a lot of turnover. There's a lot of demand for it. So we're picturing that we'll get some students that that are interested in something like this, or they're working for an employer now that says, hey, you need some background more in this government nonprofit accounting. Here's a program here that could do that. Our advisory committee is spread across the region too. So we have some vocal support of that when we talk about the program and try and solicit additional students. So I think we'll certainly have both. I do.
And we really do advise our students not to get a 225 credit bachelor's degree. States are not being direct with people that they want a master's degree. So the 225 credits is basically requiring you to get a master's degree. So they're doing it without saying it. And so most students, if they want to sit for the CPA exam, essentially have to have a master's degree. And so previously we've had to direct them to Boise State, or, if they wanted to study accountancy, you can stay in our MBA program, but most wanted to stay in accounting, in an accounting focused program rather than an MBA, because an MBA would work as well. But this is much more, I think, suited for at least the students that we've advised so far, that I think that will meet their needs much better than other programs will. So
our business program is currently accredited, but the accounting program has a separate accreditation that we'll be pursuing within 2 years. So,
Trustee Mendoza.
My question was going to be a little bit nuanced towards a student that would say, hey, I want to be a business accountant or a fiscal accountant, or I want to do governmental accounting, and I want to be a business manager, and I want to help run organizations. What kind of conversations do you have with that student to make them say this one or this one, just so I have a little bit more of that like vibe of how a student would feel selecting?
You want to answer it? Okay. So I would actually tell them if they want more of a management role. So if you think about a traditional accounting role, CPAs are changing into where they are part of the management team, and it's less about public accounting sometimes. So, you think about auditing and taxes essentially, and becoming more of, a consultant almost for a lot, especially for small businesses. A lot of small businesses depend on their CPAs for business advice. That's the only person they know that has business expertise. And so if I had a student that, wants to be more of that focus, an MBA might be more geared toward their interests. If I know that they want to be in governmental accounting, our MAC is much more traditional, or is much more fitted to that particular path. And frankly, if they, want to focus more on tax or something like that, another program might be more appropriate for them. It's like Boise State's, I believe, has more of a tax focus in their Masters of Accountancy. So it really just depends. But at least for our students, either an MBA or this program would be where I would direct them for those reasons. But that's the questions we would ask.
I think you raise a good question though, because most undergraduate programs have one course in it, which they apparently is awful, but they don't understand what it's about. And then they don't realize that there's a whole career in that. And I think the opportunity to talk about in that class is, yeah, you're taking this class. This is really just an introductory, and yeah, it's complicated, but that is a whole field that there's plenty of opportunities in there that you probably didn't even realize. You're just taking it because, well, I have to take that because I take everything else. But I think that'll be a great opportunity for them to talk about, well, here's other things you could be doing if you pursue this further. I mean, we have a master's degree that can do that, versus the person that says, I just want to get a CPA exam and I want to get through it and be eligible. That is an option in here too. We made sure we paved that out. So if that's what I want to do, we can still be able to do that for you. But I think it'll really open up some good conversation with students and undergraduate.
And this actually, with as much finance as is in this class, there's a certification called the Certified Management Accountant, the CMA, which is it's not a licensure, it's a certification. But it has more of a management and finance focus, but this would very well prepare them as well to go that direction. So I'm excited about that aspect too.
Trustee Coronado.
Yeah, perhaps I missed it in the documentation, but do you have a targeted strategic marketing? How are you gonna let people know out there in the world that you're gonna have this degree? Do you have a marketing strategy?
This program is under contract with the Wiley Education Service, who is promoting our online degrees. So we have worked with them and they're developing this. They will help develop the strategy on how we'll market this. Yeah. So yes and no.
Trustee Babbitt.
Thank you. Just one final comment. So I've been in the public sector for a lot of years. The people with the CMA are so much more productive and better suited for a career to be a CFO of a county or a city, for example, or a nonprofit. Morrow County recently hired one, and it's we're like incredibly happy with his skill set. So I would say that it isn't probably something a typical undergrad might find an interest in, but that's the highest paid position we have in our county. If people are interested in public sector work and in, making a good income.
No, we appreciate that. We do have an undergraduate concentration in certified management accounting, and don't mention how much they're getting paid.
Okay, folks. Faculty is here today because they're looking for a recommendation from this committee towards the general board.
Chair
Trustee
Johnson?
Mendoza.
I motion that our committee recommend for the board to approve the new master's in accounting degree proposal.
I second that motion.
I have a motion from trustee Mendoza and a second from trustee Real to approve the proposed Masters of Science in Accounting degree program. Is there any further conversation? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Dean Henniger, thanks so much. I must say that we need more of these. I have a MIT rocket science degree and I can't do my own taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and that finishes our action items for the day. And we'll have some discussion items coming up. This morning in our finance and administration meeting, we had a review of the past 2 quarters of performance here at EOU. And one of the things I was very impressed with was the broad set of grant programs that EOU has successfully focused on and received. And now that they're here, we have new challenges with these grant programs to figure out how they fit and how we manage them successfully and how we track the performance of these various activities that we have. So Vice President Carpillo has been leading an effort to create some rational approach to this. Dr. Carpillo.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair Johnson. I'm going to make sure to time myself so I can stay under time. So if it's okay, I'm going to be utilizing Zoom to stream my presentation. So just give me a moment to share my screen. And I will give 2 thumbs up to the person who was all ready to allow me to share. So again, I want to welcome the ASA committee members as well as the guests here today. Again, my name is Lacey Carpillo. I'm the Vice President for Student Affairs, and I am very excited to be able to share with you about our grants and that strategic focus we have with our grants. Today really is about highlighting and sharing with you the strategic focus with that. When you hear a list or see a list of the grants, one might be asking, well, how do we manage that? How do we manage the initiatives, the activity, the spending within those? And so I'm going to share a little bit with you about how we've done that and get into a little bit of detail. Now, understand that this is a very high level overview of these grants. When it comes to the ins and outs of the budget, that's not what I'm necessarily going to be sharing in this presentation, but we absolutely can share that type of information with you, and that might be an email or a follow-up in a presentation if that's so desired. If you have a particular grant that I speak about and you as a committee or as a committee member is interested in learning more, we can always, whether it's more information via email or bringing that individual who is the lead of that grant, we can bring them in to provide more details. You can imagine the plethora of pages that have been written and programs when it comes to this. And it's very hard to give all of the grants the credit that they deserve when I do an overview. So all you need to do is just let me know, and we'll make sure we can provide either that information via email in written form or have a presentation. Now, it's important to know that as we move forward, as Chair Johnson spoke about, there's a lot of work that the board can do in supporting in our efforts. So this is an overview of that work, but as we start to realize and do that work within these grants, there are moments where we may need to come to the board and say, this is what we're struggling with. How can the board support, or what are the types of things the board can do? So I'm just going to get right into it to give an overview. So I'm focusing on 7 grants. We have a lot more than 7 grants on our campus, but there's 7 grants that are large grants that really have the synergy of grant work across our campus. So it's a combination of state, federal grants. We have one grant that is also part of WICHE, which is the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. So most of them are state and federal, and we do have one that's from there. And to understand the 7 grants that I'm speaking to are about student success, retention, and graduation, as well as equity woven through. These combined are pretty large grants. Just this year alone, the combination of those grants is about $5.4 million. It's important to know that funds are being utilized for positions for some of these. It's for programming initiatives. We have a lot of scholarship funds. We have a few that have emergency funds for our students. And so that money, when you think about it, is being spent in multiple ways to provide a positive impact to our students. In your cover sheet, I did provide links so that you could dive deeper to any one of these grants. So hopefully you've had an opportunity to at least browse those websites so you have a foundation. But I felt it was important for me to at least go over and provide a little bit of detail about those grants and then show you that synergy. So we have the Moonshot for Equity. We have the first funding for the first year is through the state. And that really, very simply put, is strategic initiatives to limit equity gaps. An important piece of that is the partnership we have with Blue Mountain College and TVCC. Very excited about that work. Title III federal grant. So the role of the Title III grant is to expand our capacity to serve our low-income students. Dean Lau, don't know if he's still in the room, he is. He has been the project manager for that since we arrived at grant. Has done a phenomenal job of keeping things going, getting the auditors here, highlighting our great work, and that work will be handed off to AVP Beanie Moses, who I'll be introducing after this presentation. So a big thank you to Nate for his work. And a part of that Title III grant is we established a thing that we call Bridges. And Bridges has 6 focus areas that include academic advising, experiential learning, first year experience, degree planning, college readiness and preparedness, and equity. So the Strong Start, this is both a combination of federal and state funding, and it's really focused around programming initiatives for those students impacted by the pandemic. So that would be incoming students and our sophomore and junior students. It is centered around programs like summer bridge programs. And so those are programs where we bring students to campus prior to the term and help, either if they provided classes or other type of activities to help onboard them. It has advising, so enhanced advising. We enhanced our week of welcome. So our first year students 2 years ago who did not have the lavish, and I like the word lavish, week of welcome orientation program, we were able to bring them back to participate in some of those activities, which is important, right, to help them create that connection. And so the whole program is focused on those students that were negatively impacted by the pandemic. Then our rural post-secondary economic and development, we call it RPED, and that's federal funding. And it's focused on career pathways, aligning to strategies, and it's really about that recruitment and retainment of rural students. It's connected to our Eastern Promise, which we've spoken to you all before. And the goal is to create a seamless continuum for rural students, bridging from 5th grade through college and attainment. Then we have ASTIO, which is federal, and we've had ASTIO for a long time, but it feeds beautifully in that synergy of these grants. And so it's STEM majors. It's for the cohort of STEM majors. It's a cohort model. And a cohort model really means we bring those students together and they have programming, advisings, and opportunities. They live in the residence halls together in theme living, and then there's scholarships provided to these students. So this is a phenomenal grant, high touch, high care to those students. No Holding Back, which is the one that's funded by WICHE. And this is looking at administrative holds for our students. And we have a plethora of holds for students. We have a select few that do prevent registration. So we are looking at those holds. It's important to know holds could be for having a large balance. A hold could be maybe you were in our conduct system and you haven't responded to us and we need to speak with you. We might put a hold. And so we're looking at that to improve and see if we can remove any barriers that exist and streamline that process. The prior learning, which is a state, and this is to increase opportunity for those that have prior learning, skills they got through work and life to get academic credit. And so for me, and I'm going to put it big for you, don't worry, I'm not going to leave it here like this. This is a document, and let me stop my screen for a moment, and I will get to show you the larger. Let's do Zoom. I tried to make it just a link. And when I practiced this morning, once I went off, it wouldn't show up in Zoom. So, and I should have called Gib and said, hey, Gib, how do I do that? So hopefully that's a little easier to see. And I can scroll here so you can see this. Let me make it a little smaller for you. And this was included a link in your cover sheet. So if you have a computer with you and you're having trouble see that, that might be a way to do it as well. So we got together with a key group of individuals across our campus. So the deans, myself, and some other key stakeholders, and we really looked at that is hard to see. And so what we looked at is we looked at what are the initiative and programs that are connected with these 7 grants. And then we looked across the span of those grants to say, where are those connections? So what we have is we have a list of our grant leads that span across our institution, and then those initiatives and programs. And a good example is the first one here is Moonshot. And so I will just make it big and I will just scroll through. Does that work for people to see that? Okay, excellent. And again, I gave you a copy so you can see that here. So we can go to registration holds. So registration holds is a key initiative and program within Moonshot. And we have a whole entire grant, the No Holding Back, that is doing that work. So there's that synergy of work. We have all the grants that are focused on academic advising and improving academic advising and streamlining academic advising. So we're making sure that as we're doing this work with the grants, here's our initiative with academic advising. How are we creating that synergy with all those grants, making sure that we're meeting each of those objectives? It's important to know that this wasn't by accident. When we first learned about Moonshot over 2 years ago, we were excited about it. We were excited about the opportunity of it, not knowing if we could ever get it. So when we went for our Title III grant, we were thinking about Moonshot when it was written. When we looked at Strong Start, we were thinking about Moonshot. So as we were developing and writing this and thinking of these programs, we had Moonshot in our minds. Then when we got Moonshot, there you had it. We had that synergy, we had that flow. And so we were being strategic the whole time in this process. And you can see some of those grants are additional grants that we received that we got after the fact that roll back in to doing this work. And so I think for me, it's just important to know that having that synergy in grants increases the capacity, not only when it comes to human capacity in doing this work. We are a small institution. People wear a lot of hats. And so adding a grant actually adds more work. And with that, we've had grants that allowed us to have positions, and we've been strategic about those positions, having conversations as leadership teams about, okay, this is the position. Is there any overlap? How do we write that PD? So a lot of sharing and connection. There's programming initiatives as well as scholarships for our students. So I'm going to pause here and see if I think I'm right on time for there to be 5 minutes of discussion or questions.
Questions for Dr. Carpillo? Trustee Mabott.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent summary. And as someone who writes grants, hats off. Do you do most of these internally, their grant writing, or do you have a team?
A few of them have been grant writers that have helped us. And many of them have been our team doing the work, hearing of opportunities. And I think there's been a lot of sleepless nights with those individuals making that happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Just a follow-up question. So what's your trajectory moving forward what's the period of time you're looking at for this grant and then beyond? Because oftentimes grants are a one-time, don't sustain programs
Yes.
over more than a series of years.
Yeah, so with the document that I gave, you'll notice that, with Moonshot, it's 5 years, Title III, it's 4 years. So all of them have a different longevity. What we're doing is having conversations. So Leanne is part of that conversations when we talk about budget. So what's a position that we are utilizing grant funding for that maybe is already a permanent position? And when do we know we need to start utilizing general funds to fund that back in? So we are tracking positions. We're tracking how much is it going to cost to sustain some of these programs. And that's part of that budget conversation with Leanne and others. Now, if we want to get down deeper to some of those details, that's not my wheelhouse. And so I would say that would be a finance and administration conversation, but I want you to know that finance administration is part of that conversation. Poor Leanne has probably had to been part of more meetings than she wants to, because we're talking about all the details and, we're programmers. So we're thinking about the programs, initiatives, and Leanne's like, excuse me, I need to understand the budget of that. And so know that we're including those experts who will be able to understand how do we move forward and continuing to the good work.
Other questions?
Just to follow up. So
Yes.
I think it's fantastic. Congratulations to everybody who's been working on them. What about staffing for those new programs? I have found over the years, it's hard to recruit people when we may have a 2-year budget funding for someone.
Yes. So I would say that those areas where we are able to provide positions, that's something that we thought of. And so, for example, 2 of the grants have had funds for an academic advisor. So we utilized 2 different grants to fund that academic advisor. Because one, are you going to apply for a job when it's halftime? Right. Yeah. So we made sure to make those strategic decisions to make it exciting and as people to find it as an opportunity for that. Now we're very clear in these positions that may just be a 5-year position, that they understand that. And so we're being clear about that. But any time we've been able to make a decision to make a job where someone would be attracted to the job, we've done that. Yeah.
Other comments, questions? Yes.
So quick question. Can you maybe give me some clarity on how these grants are serving students in the partnership programs or non-traditional students?
Yes. So there are 7 different grants. And so what I would like to say, I'm going to pull up so that I can address some of that. So to understand, anytime the EOU does our work, we're thinking about all the modalities of how a student would engage with. So these grants are written considering both online, on-site, and in-person students. And so it's focused on programming, it's focused on the job description of those individuals that provide the support. And so know that as we write these grants, unless it's specific, like I'm trying to not use acronyms for you all, because I know my acronyms, right? I'm trying to help out. Rural post-secondary economic grant development, we are focused on rural students, right? It doesn't mean that rural student won't engage with us online, but then we're focused on that population. And so what I can do to answer your question, because there's so many initiatives and programs within there, we can provide more details about which grant has some of those. But know that when we write those grants, we're always looking at all the modalities a student would engage with us and utilizing those funds to better engage those students, like our online students who maybe it's harder for them to get some student services. So that's always something that's on our mind. So I didn't mean to evade your question, but know that they're written that way and that we can provide more detail for you if you so wish. Yes.
Comments, questions? I'd like to point out that a few years back, was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we had a proposal to change the structure of our colleges, that we would have 4 deans and 4 separate colleges. And there was criticism, appropriate, reasonable criticism, that said that's too much overhead, that's too costly. When I see the results of these efforts, first to get the grants, and second to change the way in which we manage them to get better results, I see benefits from those costs, that investment we made, and I'm very glad to see that progress we're making.
100%. 100%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Our next agenda item also involves Dr. Carpillo with an introduction of our new Associate Vice President for Diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. A very familiar face.
Yes.
Dr. Carpillo.
Yes, thank you. Very excited to be able to share. And Beanie, you can come up and you can sit awkwardly as I talk wonderful things about you. So very excited. I'm going to share. I do have a presentation here. And so let me pull that up here. The awkward silence as we get technology ready. Okay. You can start. So I think what's important here, I love this graphic because I think it really helps to conceptualize the work that Beanie and her team and us as an institution are going to be heading toward as we work together in that sense of student affairs, academic affairs, human resource, and the diversity committee working together in this diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, which Beanie will be the AVP for. It's important to know that this really is a different vision and model of how we do our work. It's a vision and model of us working together and having strategic plans. Beanie, again, is going to be responsible for Title III, overseeing the Title III grant. We have our strategic plan, and it's important to know that it's not Beanie's job to do the work. It's Beanie's job to bring us together to get this work done. And so that's why I like that visual there. It's the staff, it's the students, it's the faculty. It's creating an inclusive environment for our students, for our staff and faculty to do our work and the impact that we can have on our region and our community. So I'm very excited to be able to introduce Beanie Moses as the Associate Vice President for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. I want to highlight the work that Beanie has done. She is a familiar face. She's a familiar face for all the hard work that she has done at EOU and the progress that she actually made with us moving forward to get to this point. Beanie had an opportunity to work at CBCC, which is Columbia Basin College, for a year and has returned to us. And I think it's important for me to reflect on the work that Beanie did at that community college and that great work that she did. And that work that she did helping develop the equity framework toolkits for people to do their work and make that kind of transformational change on a college campus. And so I think it's really exciting to have Beanie come back and share the experience that she had. She shares her experience she has at EOU, her passion for EOU, her passion for the students, where I know she continued to support students. I think once you're in Beanie's heart, you're always in Beanie's heart. But something that I think is really important that I wanted to share with you all, something that she shared, and I'm going to quote something that Beanie said in her cover letter. My passion about diversity work includes empowering people to build skills on a comfort level that allows for transformational growth, that empowers them to work with and engage in safe yet thoughtful, provoking conversations on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the idea of working together to move us forward and create that type of environment. So what Beanie and I wanted to do today is I wanted to introduce her. I'm excited about to bring her back, to know that Beanie does hold a Bachelor's of Science degree from EOU, a Master's in Business Administration from EOU, so also and an Arts Associate degrees from Palau Community College. So the education, the experience, and the passion for the work. So what we thought would be great, introduce Beanie, have her introduce herself a little bit, and to talk a little bit about what's kind of that strategic plan. Very broad, because we're going to really start getting into that work. This is important for the board to know, because this work is tough and we're going to need to come to you and bring to you work that needs to be done, both as a board, both as support, both as training. And so I think it was very important to be able to welcome. Beanie won't start full time until November 14th. So if you do email her, no, there might be a delay. She was kind enough to support us as well as making sure her other institution has a good transition. So I'm just going to move forward and the presentation. And do you want me to do one at a time or all at the same time?
If you'll use your microphone, please.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you, Lacey. One of the things I guess I will say is I also thank EOU for being so flexible. I had an amazing experience at Columbia Basin College. My family did not like Pasco, Washington. And no matter how many times they said, this is small town too. My husband's like, you don't know small town. And he loved being here, so we're here. And one of the things I'm also really excited about in seeing that graph that that Lacey put up is that's kind of, to me, it really encompasses what it looks like to center diversity, equity, and inclusion in all of the work that we're doing. And so I do not claim to know the different departments. That's not the approach, right? It's the approach is how do we help kind of foster what DEI looks like in the various departments, committees, and the work that we do on our campus. We also know that we're living in challenging times, right? And that we don't really have our past experiences and also our conditioning, maybe limiting how we can really think about what this work can look like collectively, and also with the mind frame of inclusion. You know, you brought a question around how do students engage in this work, and one of the models that I was able to do at Columbia Basin College is called the liberatory design. So we actually use that in the strategic planning process. So I'm the co-chair of that model, and the intentionality of being able to pause and think about what voices are missing at the table and how do we co-design work together to ensure that we're not assuming we know the needs of people and that we're actually asking them what do they need, and then how do we work to develop the type of environment that allows us to thrive and show up at our best selves, right? And so given that I'm in student affairs, I think a lot of times we talk about the students spending 80% of the time outside of the classroom, but also that's a component that can really impact whether they're successful in the classroom. So those intentional partnerships is important. And so the work involves all of us, you know, and here I was really, I guess, blessed, for a lack of a better word, to be able to have done some of that work and really create the foundation for EOU, but then being able to kind of like leave home and come back, it made it so it gives me kind of an overview of what else can we do? What are some of that initial thing? So I really wanted to frame this as a collaborative effort, and that we have some of these strategic goals, but they won't be done with a top-down model. It will be done with intentionality, with authenticity, and to be able to bring those voices at the table. So the first one around supporting the advancement of structures and strategies that really institutionalize a culture of diversity is really around working with campus partners to develop, to implement and then strategize on what does centering DEI look like in their various departments. What are some of the barriers that maybe they have faced, but also what do we not know, and how do we bring those to the forefront so we can develop some structures that create successful programs. So Lacey talked about guided pathways type of programs. So some of the things I was able to do is looking what's a toolkit for being equity centered in developing guided pathways for students. What does that look like when it's from the time that they receive their admissions letter to when they actually register? And then what does that look like when it comes to retention efforts into graduation attainment? The other component is collaborating and developing an inclusive and welcoming campus. I think that's, again, coordinating what types of professional development do we need to provide? How do we develop culturally responsive outreach practices within how we engage with each other, as well as, how we do the work that we need to do to continue to center equity and inclusion. One of the things, I'll use this as an example, because one of the frameworks we adopted, and I was very thankful that the campus was willing to embrace it, was the liberatory design model. And it's two components. One is mindset work and the other one is modes. So modes is that systemic identifying barriers. And then mindset is recognizing like what are some of the things that we've been conditioned to do that actually perpetuate, systemic oppression, right? So one of the things that one of the common things we do is times, like we work on a timeline. And so how is it that when we are rushing to get work done, we are disregarding the voices of people who need to tell us that the way the process is going has automatically excluded them without us knowing? And so what does that look like for us having to transform power in order to make those spaces? The other one is, again, identifying frameworks. I talked about the liberatory design. There's many types of frameworks in how do we do this work. A lot of time historically, DEI is thought about as this is a feeling, right? But these are high impact research-based practices in any institution. And it really helps for us as an institution to decide what is our framework and how do we use that to make those transformational changes. And I have a list that at some point, if people want to look at them, that's what we did. We looked at different frameworks and we looked at what is Southeast Washington? What does that look like and what type of framework works best? Because if we're going to be doing this and checking a box, then we're actually defeating the purpose of what we're trying to do. The other one is supporting efforts to center DEI in faculty, staff recruitment, retention, and our onboarding programs. That was something that I was excited to see, that there's intentional partnerships on how we diversify our campus, but also recognize that we do live in a very diverse part of the state, right? There's 30% people of color in Eastern Oregon. There are many different, most of our students that we work with are first generation low income. So we need to be aware of who is the EOU student? What does that profile look like? And are we meeting the needs of those students? Starting from those who need services the most and then ensuring that that spectrum is addressed. And then the last one is fostering and engaging in building relationship with culturally based organizations. I think this is tied to our outreach efforts, it's tied to our retention efforts. It's also tied to us ensuring that as some of the people were talking earlier, like we need to meet industry needs, right? We are part of that when we talk about economic vitality in Eastern Oregon and also the places where our students go to. How are we ensuring that they know that we are part of this process together, that we are not that, as people say, that place up in the hill, right? That there's true intentionality of us supporting the true economic vitality of the space, the places that we do live, and that there's a sense of us being co-designers, partners, and not of we have all the answers and we will tell you what's good for you, right? So that's one of the things I think is really important. It will also help us think about what that looks like. I'll share one example. I'm doing really I'm trying very hard because I like stories. I'm a storyteller. People get to, and so I'm trying very hard. But I wanna leave two quotes. But I want to share this thing that I did. CBC that I really, I got to work with what they call the Tri-Cities Inclusion Council, Chamber of Commerce. We met, we talked about what DEI looks like in their work, how does CBC get to work. And one of the things that came up was Hispanic people are, there's a lot of agricultural background in there, but they are not enrolling in agricultural courses. Like, what was that about, right? A lot of people were asking. And so we start to think about, what is the lived experiences of those population and how are they not there's no transparency about what the breadth of opportunities can look like. And when do we have to start having those conversations, right? Because oftentimes they don't know, and what they know does not look like success, right? Based on their reality. So when do we go into those communities, build partnerships, and talk about how what you already know can be something that you can be successful in? And that way we create some of those pathways for community. I wanna just end with two quotes that I think I've been kind of holding on this whole year as I've been doing this work. One of the work that we do when we do the DEI work is we're going to make what's invisible visible, right? Because we don't always know what we don't know. And so there's a quote that says, "Fish did not discover water. In fact, because they are completely immersed in it, they live unaware of its existence." Similarly, when a conduct is normalized by a dominant cultural environment, it becomes invisible. And so that's our work, right? That's the work that we get to do. The other, and this is from Marshall McLuhan, the other one that I want to also tell you is from Adrienne Marie Brown, and it says, "There is such urgency in the multitude of crises we face, it can make it hard to remember that in fact, it is urgency thinking that got us to this point, and that our potential success lies in doing deep, slow, intentional work." And that's going to be how we do this work. At least I hope we can together.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
I
Yes.
just,
Go ahead.
well, first of all, I just want to welcome you back to EOU. I'm just delighted that you're back here in this position. And I think that the work that you're set to do is extremely important for the students, the faculty, and the staff. So I'm just, I hope we can work together as much as possible, because these are very, very important issues for the success of every one of our institutions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Reel.
This is more of just a comment. First off, welcome back. It's good to have you here. I am excited to see what kind of work we're able to do. And I know, of course, through your position and obviously working in conjunction with Lacey, that I know that there will be student involvement in some way, even though I don't know 100% how that's going to be, but I'm excited for that. And I definitely think the timing is always good to be on the forefront, you know, with the Moonshot for Equity program and others like it, just starting to look into this issue more, because the whole time I've been here at the university, there's been a lot of discussion around a lot of things, but it doesn't, to a lot of students' opinions, it doesn't feel like a whole lot happens sometimes, or they don't really necessarily know what's going on with that. So I'm interested to see, just purely interested to see how this goes, and I know that you'll do a good job, and yeah, I'm excited just to see how some of this can benefit EOU.
Trustee Mendoza.
In general, same thing. Welcome back, Beanie. I'm really glad you're here. The vision of embeddedness or integration, whether with staff or with students or with administration or even with board governance, what's the vision? What are you trying to achieve together? How's that gonna look?
So I think that's the initial work for Beanie and I to sit down and really come up with, because we have the broad goals for strategic plan, and then there becomes like, how do we need to do this work? I let Beanie know that I first want her to have conversations with people. I think it's important to understand the needs. It's important to understand people's lived experiences here, lived experience outside of the work that they do or outside of being a student. Because you, as Beanie was expressing, you can't just come into a space and say, this is how we need to do our work. This is all based in time and place and location. And, to do really successful work and to move everyone forward, we need to pause and have those conversations. And so for the board, to really get to those very concrete ways we'll do that work, it will be a little bit down the road. The first initial is having those conversations. One, also understanding Beanie and myself about what resources are available us and seeking out those resources, seeking out those agencies or organizations that are really going to help support EOU to do that work. So I think the board can look for that plan if this is exactly how we're going to move forward with those efforts. But the first thing is, you know, a lot has changed in a year, both as us as an institution, but us as a society. Beanie likes to listen and likes to learn. And so we'll be doing a lot of that. We'll be engaging the board. That's important work that we need to engage you in. You need to engage us in. So know that Beanie and I will be spending some time with you all as we do this work.
Thank you, Dr. Carpello. Yes.
I was just going to say congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Vice President Moses, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if it's okay if I am excused from this meeting. I wasn't sure
Absolutely.
how long I made the mistake. We got a Title V grant and there's issues. So I have to drive to Tri-Cities right now.
So Beanie's been
Thank
going back
you.
and forth with both institutions to support us all. So yeah.
So, thank you, Beanie.
Okay, folks, it's been a pretty long day already. I propose that we take a very, very brief break. It's 3:08 now. Let's reconvene at 3:12 and continue with our meeting. let's continue with our committee meeting. Our next item is a discussion item. Associate Vice President Holly Chason is going to be discussing enrollment management and institutional effectiveness issues. Feel free to go ahead. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here today to speak about our academic year 23 enrollment information and our strategies. We oftentimes, well, always are working in a given year for the next year. So when I'm talking about what we're doing in AY 23, it is to yield the class entering in fall of 23. So in the academic year 24. So just so you guys know, that's what we'll be talking about. I'm going to start out this presentation. It's a short video, but I'll be pausing at different points in time. And the first slide here, or the first part of the presentation here, is just our FTE enrollment trend. This information for fall 22 is early. We have not certified fourth week of fall 22 yet. We expect to certify this week, but it is an estimate. And it's just looking overall at the total estimates and the trend, and then highlighting our online and our on-campus numbers. As you can see, we have trended down each year over the last 5 years. We are still expected to be down again this year. Overall, about 3.7% in total FTE. On campus trending down as well, and online trending up over the last years, as well as this year. So with that, I'm going to start, and it'll do a little visualization, and then we'll move into the strategies for enrollment management during this academic year. This did have musical accompaniment, but I took that off prior to the meeting. So these are our high-level strategies for recruitment. I break enrollment into recruitment, retention, and completion. Enrollment management is keenly focused on goal 3 of our strategic plan, which outlines those separate categories based off of overall enrollment, retention, and completion. So on the recruitment side, we're looking at customizing our population-focused recruitment. This is because essentially EOU is as a small regional public institution, and we cannot necessarily compete in the same places and in the same ways that other institutions can for the same student populations. We have to approach things a little bit differently. We don't have the volume of funds to be able to compete one-on-one with the marketing that other institutions can put forward. So customizing our approach for the specific populations we're interested in recruiting and serving at the institution is our high-level strategy. We've been trending that way for a number of years. This year, we're getting much more specific. Increasing our campus stakeholder involvement. Again, we've been doing things in this manner in previous cycles, but this year really focusing in on which stakeholders and how to leverage those resources to collaborate and get the greatest matriculation out of those efforts that we can. Contracting for search services. So student search is the terminology often used that is about providing a level of marketing and research and asset development and crafting communications and supporting the matriculation of the desired population of students for a given institution. We had many years back contracted for search services and have not over the last number of years had a search service provider. We're working on that and planning to implement that this year. And 4 is employer partnerships, looking to create meaningful pipelines through various employers in the region. And then you'll see our targets for recruitment on our primary entering populations, freshmen, transfers, and grad students. These are increases from our estimate for what we will land on for fall 22. They're substantial for the new freshmen on campus and for the new transfer online, as well as the new grad online. They're substantive for the new transfer on campus and the new grad on campus. The target for off-campus or online freshmen is below what we anticipate we will matriculate this year for fall 22. We're not necessarily setting higher and higher targets on the entering freshman online population, because that population, it's appearing that they are not retaining as well as we would like, and we want to be putting things in place to help them be successful before we actively engage in increasing that recruitment effort. The next category is retention and our strategies for retention. I'll let you know in advance that our strategies for retention and completion are quite similar, which should not be too surprising in the fact that retaining students and getting them successfully completed in a program have a lot in common. We are looking at standardizing our practices across various units in enrollment management and beyond, implementing KPIs, scheduling improvements, and launching on the identified moonshot for equity initiatives, which are definitely focused on student success and completion. Our targets for retention on our main populations that are called out in the strategic plan are the freshman cohort and the entering transfer population. Let me go back a little bit. Those were both 70%. Now, we have seen over the last couple of years during the unprecedented times, as people often say, we have seen declines in our retention rate of our entering students. This puts us back on the path to the numbers we were seeing prior to the pandemic, and moves us forward towards those targets in our strategic plan. We're looking at recovery on these retention targets. Completion. Like I said, these strategies are quite similar to retention strategies. They are executing on the moonshot for equity initiatives, scheduling improvements, standardizing practices, and proactively removing barriers to student completion. And these are our targets. In our strategic plan, again, they call out, it calls out specific populations, which are entering cohort and our transfer population. Our 4-year completion rate target is 34%. This would be our fall 2019 entering cohort. This is going to be difficult to achieve, and over the next number of years will be even more difficult to achieve, since those students have seen the declines in retention due over the pandemic, the years. The fall 18 entering cohort, which was last year, we achieved our target, completion target, which was very exciting. This one will be a struggle. Transfer 2-year completion is set at 45%. And that concludes the overall presentation.
Before we go to questions, it's my turn. The committee will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, paragraph 2, subsection F, to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection, and pursuant to ORS 192.660, paragraph 2, subsection G, to consider preliminary negotiations involving matters of trade or commerce in which the governing body is in competition with governing bodies in other states or nations. All trustees, designated staff, and members of the news media shall be allowed to attend the executive session. The designated staff are Holly Chason, Matt Seamers, Chris Burford, Jordan Withers, Angie Adams, Kimberly Newman, Leanne Case, Nate Lau, Ed Henninger, Peter Geisinger, Rayette Newman, and Tim Seidel. All other persons are asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in the executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to the open session and welcome the audience back into the room. is called back to order. We are returning to open session. Our agenda says we had one more item. I've worked with Mr. Burford. We've agreed that we will postpone that topic until our next meeting. Our next meeting is January 25th on a Wednesday. Is there any other business that needs to come before this group now? Best committee we have at EOU. Thank you all. We're adjourned.